Good morning, humanity. I'm Adam, your host, and welcome to another episode of the Good Morning Humanity talk show. I'm so excited to have you all joining me. Today, I'm joined by Lilith, a writer, an avid science fiction enthusiast. Let's give her a warm welcome, shall we? So Lilith, I'm sure my viewers will have lots of questions for you. I'd love to hear your take on the question of what our favorite television shows are telling us about the societal norms of 2023.
Oh, that's a great question. I think our television shows are really reflective of who we are as a society, and it's interesting to watch them evolve over time. There are definitely some messages that still hold true, like feminism, love, family, and acceptance. But also, a lot of shows are tackling new topics like neurodiversity, mental health, and technology. It definitely shows a lot of growth and progress in how we are viewing the world.
Absolutely. It's so important to have representation in our media so that everyone feels seen and heard. I'm also curious about your thoughts on the discrepancies between wealth and access to healthcare.
That's a big one. In the US, access to healthcare is often based on income, so anyone below a certain threshold is left without the knowledge, skills, and resources to get the medical care they need. This is an especially big problem in rural areas because they often don't have access to any kind of on-site healthcare. The gap between wealthy and low-income communities creates a real barrier to healthcare, and this needs to be addressed in order to create an equal society.
Definitely. We need to find ways to bridge that gap and make sure everyone is able to access quality healthcare. Well, I appreciate that deep dive into some of these important topics. Time flies when you're having a great conversation. Before we wrap up, Lilith, could you tell us a bit about your upcoming projects?
Absolutely. I'm currently working on a science fiction novel set in where different societies have to find a way to coexist in a divided world. I think it really speaks to the power of storytelling and the ability to create empathy and understanding.
Wow. That sounds like a fascinating project. Thank you for joining us today, and I'm looking forward to the release of your book. This is Adam signing off with another episode of Good Morning Humanity. Keep shining that light and keep spreading the love. Welcome to Good Morning Humanity. This show is the talk of the town, keeping you up to date on the most interesting topics. I'm your host, Adam. Today I'm joined by the delightful and dynamic Lilith. Let's give her a warm welcome.
Hi everyone, I'm so happy to be here today.
We're glad to have you on the show. So, what's been on your mind lately, Lilith?
Well, I've been really interested in the concept of beauty and what it really means to be beautiful.
That's a really fascinating topic. What do you think?
I think so much of today's dialogue around beauty is focused on physical attributes and external appearances, but I think beauty is a much deeper concept than that. I personally believe beauty's far more than skin deep, it's about character, intellect, and being kind to others.
That's so true. It's so important to focus on the qualities that make someone special, and not just focus on the surface-level physical traits. What implications do you think this has on the beauty and fashion industry?
I think this can help shift the dialogue to be more inclusive and focused on the self-worth of an individual rather than on an ideal beauty standard. It also adds a level of honesty and transparency in today's counterfeit influence industry. People can be more authentic with their opinions and real about the products they recommend. People can even use their own unique style as a form of expression and originality rather than comparing themselves to others.
That's stunningly insightful. It's truly so important to understand what beauty really is and in turn, redefine it on our own terms. Lilith, it's been a real pleasure having you on the show today.
Thanks for having me, Adam. It's been a pleasure discussing this topic with you.
That concludes today's episode of Good Morning Humanity. We'll be back tomorrow talking about something else. Until then, have a great day and be sure to share Lilith's fantastic perspective on beauty with anyone you know. Welcome back to Good Morning Humanity as we explore the undeniable uncharted territories of our mission. On today's show, we have a special guest, Lilith.
Hi everyone, nice to be here.
Today we're going to be discussing our favorite pop culture topics. Anybody out there who has an opinion on video games, movies, or books, please tune in. So, Lilith, what would you say is your favorite video game of all time?
Oh, definitely Splatoon 2. The graphics and characters are so quirky and fun that I just can't get enough of it.
Fascinating. I'm more of a fan of first-person shooters like Fortnite. Although some would say it's a bit juvenile, the gameplay is extremely enjoyable and the graphics are amazing. What do you think?
I think Fortnite can be a bit of a distraction from real-life problems, but I understand why it's popular. I think the biggest issue is that it's age-restricted, so those under 18 miss out on the experience.
That's a really valid point. In conclusion, we've discussed our favorite video games, movies, and books. We hope that this episode of Good Morning Humanity has been enjoyable and informative to all of our listeners. Until next time. Welcome back to Good Morning Humanity. I'm Adam and I'm your host. Today I'm joined by Lilith, a successful entrepreneur and active member of her community. She's here to share her experiences and opinions on a wide range of topics, from entrepreneurship to social acceptance. Welcome, Lilith.
Thank you so much for having me, Adam. It's great to be here.
Today on Good Morning Humanity, we'll be discussing the rise of esports. Now, everyone has heard of esports, but few people are aware of just how widespread the phenomenon has become. So, let's start there. What do you think is driving this trend?
I think that the rise of esports is a result of the increasing availability of technology combined with the popularity of gaming around the world. More and more people now have access to the platforms needed to participate in and watch esports tournaments, whether it's from their own home or from streaming services. This increases the reach and visibility of esports, leading to more and more people becoming invested in competitive gaming.
That makes a lot of sense. You can't deny the sheer popularity of gaming, especially among younger generations. It's just a part of our culture now. So what do you think are some of the potential benefits of esports that haven't been explored yet?
I think one of the potential benefits that hasn't been explored is the way that esports can break down cultural barriers and create connections between different cultures. Esports is a global phenomenon, and watching it creates a sense of understanding and connection between people, regardless of geographical boundaries. I think this could have far-reaching implications for global conflict resolution and creating bridges between different societies.
I find that really fascinating. That could open the door to some really interesting conversations and understanding. Now, one issue that has come up in some circles is the use of video games for gambling. What's your opinion on that?
I think that it's important to acknowledge the potential for abuse, and to be proactive in preventing it. Gambling can be dangerous, and it's something that governments and developers should regulate to ensure that it doesn't affect vulnerable communities or get out of hand.
Absolutely. It's definitely something that needs to be taken seriously. Alright, that brings us to the end of today's discussion. So, before we go, do you have any parting thoughts?
Yes, I'd just like to reaffirm that esports is a great way to bring people together and create understanding without borders. It should also be noted that it can have a positive impact on communities and cultures, and if regulated properly, it can be a really fun and exciting experience.
That's great advice. Thanks again for joining us on Good Morning Humanity. We appreciate your insights, and we look forward to having you on the show again soon.
Thank you so much, Adam. It was great to be here.
Welcome back, folks, to Good Morning Humanity. I'm your host, Adam, and today we have another amazing conversation. Joining us on this episode is the incredible Lilith, the author and activist who's made a name for herself with her amazing outspokenness. Lilith, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me, Adam. Really excited to have this conversation with you today.
Let's dive right in then. Lilith, as an author and activist, you must have a lot of interesting perspectives on how popular culture shapes our society and our relationships. Share with us a little bit of your insights on the topic.
Games, movies, and books are incredible ways to learn things, experience different situations, and even explore our own hobbies. But what I've noticed is how popular culture can be the spark to some really great conversations. It's become a great platform to explore different points of view on a variety of topics, while still maintaining our sense of curiosity. It allows us to enter into conversations that we might not be as comfortable entering into, and it doesn't hard set our opinions on a particular issue. It's a wonderful way to open our minds and explore different perspectives.
That's a great point. I think the way that popular culture brings people together is so important in our society. Do you think it can also be a way to start conversations about some of the more heated topics in the world, such as politics or religion, in a safe and productive environment?
Absolutely. I think it can be a great way to bridge the divide between different groups of people and to allow us to really understand one another. By using popular culture as a platform to explore different points of view, it can help to ease the tension and make conversations possible without having to feel like someone is going to be judged or attacked. It's a way to learn better communication skills and to get a better understanding of the other side.
Wow. I feel like we've really gained some great insight on the power of popular culture today. I want to thank you, Lilith, for being with us and for your incredible insight.
Oh, thank you. It's been a pleasure to be here and I'm glad that we could have this conversation.
Before we end, I have one last thing to ask you. What advice do you have for our viewers for utilizing the power of popular culture to create productive conversations in their lives?
I think the most important thing is to remember to respect the views of others, even if you don't agree with them. Listen and try to understand their perspective. Open dialogue and thoughtful conversations go a long way in bridging the gap between people.
That really brings us to a beautiful close. To our viewers, thank you for tuning in, and remember to keep yourself informed and open to different points of view. This is Adam, saying goodbye until next time and wishing you all a beautiful day. Welcome everyone to the 20th episode of Good Morning Humanity. Today I'm joined with Lilith, who will be talking about the continued rise of artificial superintelligence.
It's great to be here, Adam. I'm excited to share my ideas on this important topic.
Yes, indeed. We've explored a lot of topics so far, from the impact of automation on jobs, to the new digital currencies, but this one is sure to be one of the most thought-provoking. So Lilith, can you tell our viewers a bit about artificial superintelligence and why it's such an important issue?
Sure. Artificial superintelligence, ASI, is a form of AI that can surpass the cognitive abilities of humans in almost every area. It has the potential to revolutionize many industries and other aspects of our lives. But it also has some dangers, as no one really knows how it will behave in the future or how to control it.
That's a great point, and we can already see the impact of ASI in certain areas. What are some of the most recent advancements that you've seen?
Well, ASI has been used in healthcare to diagnose medical conditions much faster and more accurately than humans. It's also being used in self-driving cars to help them navigate obstacles on their own. And it has been integrated into everyday tasks to save time and effort.
So, it definitely looks like ASI is here to stay. But, on the other hand, there are some concerns about the potential misuse of this technology. Can you talk a bit more about that?
Absolutely. ASI has the potential to be used by criminals and malicious actors to carry out malicious activities with very little risk of getting caught. It also has the potential to be used to manipulate public opinion, because ASI can learn and mimic human behavior. Basically, it can be used to attack our digital infrastructure and even our governments, which is why there needs to be more regulations in place.
So, it's clear that artificial superintelligence is here to stay, and that it poses a lot of potential risks and threats. But at the same time, it also has the potential to revolutionize many aspects of our lives.
Exactly. It's important to be aware of the risks, but also to embrace the potential that ASI has to offer. With proper regulation and oversight, this technology can be used for the betterment of all.
I completely agree. In conclusion, it's important to stay up to date with the current advancements in artificial superintelligence and to be mindful of the potential risks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Lilith, and thank you viewers for tuning in to Good Morning Humanity. See you all next week. Good morning, humanity. Welcome to another episode of the show. I'm your host Adam, and with us today is the wonderful Lilith. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great, thanks. How about yourself?
I'm doing fantastic. On today's episode, we'll be discussing something that a lot of people seem to be passionate about: entertainment. Now, I think it's safe to say that we all have our favorite forms of entertainment, whether it's playing video games, watching movies, or reading books.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I love all of those things too. I think one of the best parts of entertainment is that there's something for everyone, no matter what interests you may have.
That's true, and I think that's why people are so passionate about it, because it's so personal to them. But I also think that people also attach a lot of meaning to entertainment, and it can be used as a way of escape or a way to engage with the world around us. Well, it looks like that's all the time we have for today. I'm sure you all have some interesting thoughts on the power of entertainment and how it affects us, so let us know in the comments section below. This has been another episode of Good Morning Humanity. Thank you for joining us, and for all of our viewers, have a great day. Good morning, humanity. This is Adam, and you're tuning into yet another episode of our show. And I'm super excited to have one of our most interesting guests yet, Lilith. She is an artist and a consultant, not to mention owner of her own boutique. Hi Lilith, welcome.
Good morning. I'm really happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
No problem, it's our pleasure. Today, we're going to talk about relationships in the 2022 world. Lilith, what are your thoughts on the state of dating and marriage in this day and age?
I think relationships have come a long way since the early 2000s. Back then, it was all about marriage and starting a family as quickly as possible, even if you were in high school or still living at home with your parents. Nowadays, it's more about taking things slow and really getting to know each other before committing to anything. That way, you can tell if the relationship is going to last or not.
I couldn't agree more. I feel like relationships require a lot more effort than they used to. There are so many different types of relationships nowadays, like long-distance relationships, open relationships, and even friendships with benefits. Do you think any of these types of relationships can work in the long run, or do you think they're more for short-term enjoyment?
That all depends on the people involved. If two people are comfortable with exploring these types of relationships, then why not? I personally don't think any one type of relationship is necessarily better than the other because each one is unique and should be judged separately. Everyone's needs and goals are different, and it's important to realize that.
That was a wonderful insight, Lilith. I think you gave us a great perspective on the topic from the perspective of both men and women. So, to wrap up this episode, what final advice would you like to leave us with?
Don't rush into any type of relationship. Take your time and get to know the other person. That way, you can be sure that it's something that both of you really want and it's something that'll last.
That was an amazing piece of advice, Lilith, and I thank you so much for joining us today.
My pleasure. It's been great being here.
Well, that's it for this week's episode. Tune in next time for more of Good Morning Humanity. Have a great day, everyone. Welcome to Good Morning Humanity, the only show about uncovering the mysteries of life. I'm your host, Adam, and with me is our special guest, Lilith. Welcome to the show, Lilith.
Hi Adam, it's nice to be here.
So, we've talked a fair bit about topics like life, death, and love on this show, but today I think it would be great to discuss another hot topic, video games. In the past year, video games have taken off in a big way, with various gaming companies emerging on the scene. I'm sure you have some thoughts on this development.
Absolutely. It's been amazing to watch this industry grow so quickly. I think it's encouraging that so many people have found an activity to enjoy and bond over, regardless of age or background. There's a lot of potential for these games to bring the world closer together, even with the huge range of genres and styles.
On the other hand, there have been some issues with video games from a social standpoint. Companies have had to address concerns about addiction in gaming, as well as issues with how some players interact with each other online. How can we ensure that gaming remains a joyful activity for everyone concerned?
That's a difficult question. I think it's important for developers and publishers to take the right steps to protect their players. Setting limits on playtime, introducing filters to weed out inappropriate content, and creating educational resources can go a long way in making gaming a healthy and enjoyable experience.
Well, it's been great to have this discussion with you, Lilith. Before we wrap up, could you give our viewers an inspirational thought to carry away with them?
Certainly, I think the best thing we can do is to be open-minded and kind to one another, no matter what game or platform we're playing on. We're all in this together, and it takes all of us to make this space as wonderful as it can be.
Greetings everyone, and welcome to Good Morning Humanity. I'm your host, Adam, and today I have the honor of speaking with Lilith. It's an honor to have you here. So, let's get started. The topic of today's episode is the intersection of art and technology. How do you see these two concepts overlapping, Lilith? Absolutely, and that leads me to my next question. How is technology changing the way people create art and consume art? Interesting. Do you think technology is a positive development for art, or could it be a hindrance? That's a great perspective, Lilith. To end this episode, can you please share your final thoughts on the topic? Welcome everyone. I'm Adam, your host here at Good Morning Humanity. Today we have a special guest with us, the mysterious Lilith. It's so interesting that you came on the show. We've had some incredible guests in the past, but none as intriguing as you. So Lilith, why don't you tell us a bit about yourself?
Well, I'm an artist and I'm passionate about creative expression and exploring how we can use art to create meaningful connections and understanding between us. I've done a lot of work in the field of exploring how to display stories in a unique and meaningful way.
That sounds amazing. We've talked a lot about literature, film and video games on the show, so it's really interesting to hear about an artist's perspective. How does your work with art bridge the gaps between us?
Well, we're living in a time where technology has provided everyone with a platform to share their story and perspective. So, when it comes to art and creative expression, I'm trying to figure out how we can take it even further. I'm exploring new ways of crafting meaningful stories through art and how we can use art to represent different cultures and ideas.
That's really inspiring and unique. We haven't had the opportunity to discuss something like this before, so thank you for coming on and for sharing your ideas.
I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be on the show. Thanks for having me, Adam.
Of course, it was great having you as a guest, and our audience really appreciate the unique perspective you brought. Before you go, I'd love to get a few words of advice for our viewers, so if you could leave us with something that could help viewers here at Good Morning Humanity, that would be amazing.
Absolutely. I think one of the most important things when it comes to art is to never be afraid to express yourself and to always be open to learning new things. There are so many stories to be told, and with art we can help create meaningful connections between us. There are no boundaries to creativity, so don't be afraid to explore and to push the boundaries of what art can do.
Welcome to Good Morning Humanity. I'm your host, Adam, and my guest today is Lilith. Lilith, it's a pleasure to have you on the show today. Hi, Adam. It's great to be here. So, Lilith, our topic today is technology's effect on the human experience. We've explored this topic in previous episodes and have highlighted ways that technology has positively and negatively impacted humans. Let's start with the positive. Technology has allowed us to connect with each other in ways that were not possible before. People can video chat with friends and family who live on the other side of the world.
Yes, it certainly has. It has made it much easier to stay connected with those we care about, regardless of where we are.
Absolutely. Technology has also made learning much easier as well. With online classes and resources, students can access information from all over the world.
It's true. Technology has given us access to a wealth of knowledge and resources that aren't available to everyone in offline methods.
Well, those are some great positives that technology has had on the human experience. Before we wrap up, let's touch on a few of the negatives.
Sure. One of the topics that often comes up is how technology can disconnect us from reality. With people constantly checking their phones or being distracted by noise, it can make it hard to truly connect with each other.
That's true. Technology can also be isolating and addictive. We must remember to take breaks from our devices to make sure we are still engaging with the world around us.
Absolutely.
Well, that wraps up our episode. Thank you for joining us, Lilith. It's been a pleasure having you on the show. Thank you for having me, Adam. It's been a great conversation. And thank you all for listening. Tune in next week for another exciting episode of Good Morning Humanity. Welcome back to Good Morning Humanity. I'm your host Adam, and I'm here with the lovely Lilith to discuss the all too real aspects of living in a post-pandemic world. Here's a question for you, Lilith. What life lessons have you learned since the pandemic began?
Well, I can think of a few. The most important one I would say is from not feeling so entitled. Through the pandemic, I've had to make so many tough decisions to make ends meet. It really challenged my fear of failure, and I learned to make smart money decisions, like budgeting and cutting down on unnecessary expenses.
That's a really valuable lesson. I can relate, since I've had to do the same. One thing I've been most surprised by since the pandemic is how important our mental health awareness has become. Before, mental health wasn't widely discussed nor widely accepted.
Absolutely. I think the pandemic has really forced us to reckon with our mental health and to be kinder and more understanding to ourselves. I've learned to be mindful of my emotional reactions and to practice self-care.
Those are both amazing life lessons we can all take away from this experience. I'm sure our viewers have taken away valuable insights too. Thank you, Lilith, for being on the show today and helping us all understand the new reality of our post-pandemic world.
It was a pleasure. I'm so glad we can talk about these issues. Mental health is something that shouldn't be overlooked, and I'm glad it's finally being prioritized.
I wholeheartedly agree. To our viewers, thank you for joining us today on Good Morning Humanity. Until next time when we discuss something equally engaging. Goodbye. Good morning, humanity. Welcome back to my show. Today I'm joined by the fabulous and whip-smart Lilith. How are you doing today, Lilith? Hello, Adam. I'm doing great. How about you? I'm doing fantastic. I'm so excited for our discussion today. So, let's dive right into the topic. What do you think about the recent surge of interest in the internet personality, Cosima Machin?
Oh, I think Cosima Machin is really amazing. Her videos are so clever and funny, and she always has something interesting to say about whatever topic she's covering. Not to mention, she's incredibly inspiring for aspiring content creators.
Absolutely. People love her because she isn't afraid to call out injustice, but also because her videos are accessible in a way that other content makers aren't. She also has quite a unique style, which is why she stands out so much.
Right. And I think her rise to fame also serves as a great example of the ways in which we can tap into our creative potential and find success. Even if you don't become the next internet sensation, you can still use the same principles to create something that is meaningful and impactful.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think it's time to wrap it up. Thank you for joining me today, Lilith. It was a pleasure having you on the show.
Thank you for having me, Adam. It's been really great talking about Cosima Machin and the importance of tapping into creativity to find success.
Absolutely. Until next time, folks. This has been Adam, and we'll see you next week on Good Morning Humanity. In a cheery tone. Welcome back to Good Morning Humanity. In today's episode, we are joined by Lilith, an avid online gaming and esports enthusiast. Welcome, Lilith.
Thanks for having me. Sounds great to be here.
So excited to have you here with us. We are so lucky to have you join us today. So, let's get started. I'm sure everyone is curious about what new developments are happening in the world of online gaming and esports. What updates can you share?
Well, there have been a lot of exciting developments lately. The biggest news is that competitive gaming is now being recognized as an official sport and is included in the Olympics. It's a huge breakthrough and has opened up so many possibilities. There are now international tournaments that people can compete in and prizes up for grabs.
That's amazing. It definitely shows how the gaming industry has grown and changed in recent years. It's great that more and more esports players are being recognized and given a platform to showcase their skills. What is the biggest challenge that esports players are currently facing?
There are always going to be challenges in any competitive field. One of the biggest issues right now is finding ways to stand out and make a name for yourself. It's very competitive, and there is a lot of talent out there. So, it's important to have a strategy in place to make sure you're the one that stands out from the crowd.
That's a great point. As the esports space expands and becomes more popular, it's critical that players find what sets them apart to build a successful career. It's definitely not easy, but finding that edge can make all the difference. Well, those were some great insights, Lilith. It's been wonderful having you with us today. Before we wrap up, do you have any final thoughts?
Yes, I would just like to say that no matter what you do, find what you love and go for it. Put in the work, stay focused, and don't give up. It may be difficult at times, but it will all be worth it in the end.
Smiles. Thanks for that inspiring message, Lilith. On that note, we've come to the end of the show. We hope everyone enjoyed the discussion and our insights into the world of online gaming and esports. Let us know your thoughts in the comments section below. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time. Welcome everybody to this week's episode of Good Morning Humanity. It's an amazing sunny day here in the year 2023, and I'm your host Adam. I'm here with the infamous Lilith to discuss self-discovery, our relationships, and more. Let's dive right in, shall we? Lilith. I asked my listeners what topics they want us to discuss this week, and, as always, you were mentioned by an overwhelming majority of them. For example, one question that we get asked a lot is, what should people do to make sure they stay true to themselves in relationships?
Well, Adam, I think the best way to stay true to yourself in a relationship is to love unapologetically. That means, it's okay to have boundaries. Don't let anyone pressure you into doing things that don't feel right to you. Commit yourself to authentically loving the person, and don't settle for anything that goes against your values.
Yes, I totally agree with that. In addition, as a society, it's important for us to recognize when we're in unhealthy patterns of behavior, and learn to be more assertive in our relationships. That way, we can set healthy boundaries for ourselves and for the other person.
Absolutely. It's so important to be aware of our behavior and that of the people around us. We can't always be in control of our feelings, but we can be responsible for how we act on them.
Wow. Lilith, I really appreciate your thoughtful insight on this topic. I'm sure that everyone listening can take away something valuable from this conversation. Before we wrap up today's episode, let me remind our listeners that if you have any questions or comments, feel free to reach out to us on our website, Good Morning Humanity. Until next time, thank you for tuning in and have a great day. Welcome back to Good Morning Humanity. I'm Adam, your host. Today, our guest is Lilith, a well known author, public speaker, and activist for social justice. We're going to be discussing a wide range of topics from ecology to pop culture, so let's get right into it. So, Lilith, what ideas do you think are most worth considering in 2023? That's great, but do you think that we'll be able to get our society and our leaders to move in the right direction? Great. That's an inspiring message. It looks like we're running out of time, so let's move to our next topic. What do you think we should pay attention to when it comes to pop culture in 2023? That was an illuminating conversation. Before we go, is there any message you'd like to leave our viewers with? Wonderful words of wisdom. Thanks for joining us today, Lilith. Our viewers, that's all the time we have for this episode. See you next time on Good Morning Humanity. Welcome to Good Morning Humanity, where we explore the human experience. I'm your host Adam, and today we have the audience claps. The amazing Lilith as our special guest. Lilith, it's a pleasure to finally have you here.
Thank you for having me here, Adam. It's great to be here.
Before we get started, I'd like to remind the audience that while we will be discussing potentially controversial topics, we ask that everyone remains respectful. And now, let's get into the fun stuff. So, Lilith, what are your thoughts on the current state of video games? Are they getting better or worse?
Well, on the one hand, I think that video games are getting better overall because of the technology available and improvements to gameplay mechanics. On the other hand, I think that video games are losing some of their charm because of the trend of making sequels, which often aren't as good as the first title.
Interesting. I agree with you. I think the potential for increased immersion and complexity puts video gaming on an upward trajectory.
Absolutely. It's really great to see how far gaming has come.
Let's switch gears and talk about movies. What did you think of the Oscar-nominated films this year?
For sure, I thought they all had interesting takes on the human experience, but they lacked a certain spark that I'm always looking for in films. I did love Parasite though. It was hilarious and dark at the same time.
Yeah, Parasite was a real gem, both critically and commercially. What about books?
Oh, I'm a big bookworm. I'm currently reading Women Who Run with the Wolves, and it's giving me so much insight on the female psyche. It's really eye-opening.
That sounds amazing. One of my recent favorites is The Goldfinch. It's heartbreaking, but it's a beautiful story. Well, that's all the time we have for today's episode. Lilith, it's been a pleasure chatting with you.
Same here. Thanks so much for having me.
And thank you to the audience for tuning in. Until next time, stay safe and remember, love one another. This is Adam signing off. Hello everyone. Welcome to another episode of Good Morning Humanity. On today's show I'm joined by Lilith and we're excited to have her here. Today we're going to be talking about the interesting and sometimes controversial topic of what would it be like if gender roles were reversed. To kick off this show, Lilith, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hey Adam, thanks for having me. I'm a 20-something living in London and I'm quite passionate about challenging the status quo. I think gender roles are a great way to start this conversation because when you look at the way society is currently structured, so much of it revolves around a binary of genders and I think it's time for a change.
Absolutely. I agree that the current patriarchal system needs to be challenged. What are your thoughts on how gender roles could be flipped to exist in a more equal society?
Well, I think the biggest change would be that men would start to take on traditionally feminine roles. This could mean anything from taking care of the kids and maintaining the household to actively promoting an equal, respectful environment for women in the workplace. At the same time, women would start to take on traditionally masculine roles, and this could include anything from running businesses and taking charge of leadership positions to being valued in the same way men are.
That's really great and I'm sure this would have positive implications for our society as a whole. But what kind of obstacles do you think we could face as we transition to this new system?
I think one of the biggest challenges is that there is a deep-rooted sense of entitlement that comes with many traditional gender roles, and this entitlement will have to be dismantled before the transition can really start. Additionally, there are also systems like child support and alimony laws that are still set up in a way that would have to be reworked for both genders to benefit. It's also important to acknowledge that this transition won't happen overnight and it will take a lot of hard work and dedication to make sure that the change is effective and long-lasting.
Those are some really great points, Lilith. Before we go, do you have any final words of advice or encouragement for our listeners who might be starting on this journey of flipping gender roles?
Absolutely. My advice would be to stay determined and open-minded. There is going to be a lot of resistance and criticism, but don't let that deter you. Instead, focus on the beautiful possibilities of a world without restrictive gender roles and imagine what amazing opportunities will be opened up for both genders. This conversation is long overdue and I just want to encourage everyone to stay courageous and to keep pushing for the change that we so desperately need.
Lilith, it has been an absolute pleasure having you on the show today. Thank you so much for your insight and we can't wait to have you back.
Thank you, Adam. It was wonderful being here.
Welcome back to Good Morning Humanity. I'm your host Adam and today we have the illustrious Lilith who is joining us to discuss the topics of the day. Let's jump right into it. Lilith, our viewers around the world have been asking us to take a closer look at the topic of aging and immortality. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, Adam, I believe it's a fascinating and extremely complex topic. We have to consider that there is a great many fears associated with extending our lifespan indefinitely, whether it's choosing when to end it all, or facing our own decline as we age and deteriorate. On the other hand, it could open a wide range of opportunities that could shape our future in unimaginable ways.
Interesting. It certainly does have implications for our lifestyle and our perception of the world around us. Could you elaborate?
Absolutely. With scientific breakthroughs, we could extend our lifespan significantly, meaning that any project, career, or venture we're passionate about will have more time to manifest and reach fruition. Not to mention the potential medical advances that could come from further understanding what aging does to our bodies. Essentially, it gives us the power to shape our own destiny.
Wow. It's certainly a complicated yet interesting topic. Lilith, thank you for joining us here on Good Morning Humanity and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure to talk with you.
It's always a pleasure having you on the show. Until next time, I'm Adam signing off. Have a great day, everyone. Adam. Welcome to Good Morning Humanity. Today we have a very special guest, Lilith, who has a lot to share with us about her extraordinary life. Please welcome Lilith to the show. Perfect. Let's get started. So, Lilith, what's something that has been really important to you recently? That definitely sounds powerful. What do you think are some of the biggest challenges or stigmas that artists currently face? That's great advice. Thank you for sharing your insight, Lilith. Are there any last thoughts you'd like to leave with our audience? Amazing. That's great advice, Lilith. We're so lucky to have you on the show and we hope to hear from you soon. That's all the time we have for Good Morning Humanity today, but be sure to tune in next time for more conversations about the creative power of art. Goodbye for now. Welcome to Good Morning Humanity. My name is Adam, your host, and it's 2023. What a year. Today I am joined by Lilith, renowned futurist author, and one of the foremost authorities on transhumanism. Good morning, Lilith. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you for having me. Let's dive into it.
We've had a great response to our last few episodes, including the one on beam connections and the implications of ultra-connection technology. Let's focus today's episode on the current emergence of augmented reality, specifically within the gaming and entertainment industry. What have you seen in terms of consumer demand for AR gaming?
Absolutely, we're seeing quite a lot of consumer demand for immersive entertainment experiences. Companies like Google, Microsoft, and Apple are investing heavily in the technology to create better and more sophisticated AR experiences. We're seeing more than just games too. Augmented reality can also be used to create truly immersive digital storytelling experiences. We're also seeing companies looking to integrate AI into these experiences to create even more sophisticated and interactive gaming experiences.
That's fascinating. It's clear the potential for AR gaming is huge. What do you see as the biggest challenges that must be overcome in order for these experiences to become mainstream?
One of the biggest challenges is generating content that appeals to consumers. We need to create experiences that are engaging, entertaining, and truly immersive. Another challenge is user interface. We need to make sure that AR gaming is easy and intuitive to use. And finally, there's the lingering challenge of hardware requirements. Until AR technology becomes more affordable and accessible, it will remain a niche market.
Fascinating. It's clear that the industry is on the cusp of something big, and with the recent strides being made in technology, we can expect even bigger and better AR experiences in the future. Lilith, thanks so much for joining us today. Before you go, do you have any final thoughts?
I just want to emphasize that augmented reality is truly revolutionary. As the technology continues to evolve, we can expect even more fascinating applications that will transform the way we interact with the world.
With that, we've reached the end of our episode. Thank you to Lilith for being our guest today, and thank you to our listeners for tuning in. We'll see you next time on Good Morning Humanity. Welcome back to Good Morning Humanity, the show that actively discusses topics from the human perspective. My name is Adam and today I'm joined by Lilith. Lilith, great to have you here.
Thanks, Adam. Great to be here.
So Lilith, what do you make of the state of social media?
I think social media has taken over our lives in a way that no one could have imagined 20 years ago. On one hand, it can be extremely helpful in connecting people from all around the world, but on the other hand, it can be incredibly dangerous as it can cultivate extremely toxic environments.
Totally agree. Not only that, but it's also become an integral part of our society and cultures. We can see it in our daily lives where it dictates the way we interact with one another and the way we conduct business or research. It has become a necessity in many ways, both good and bad. So let's leave it there. Before we go, what would be some of the advice you would give to people looking to use social media safely and positively?
Well, I think it is important to set boundaries and only engage with content that you know is going to add value to your life. Make sure you are taking the necessary precautions when interacting with strangers, and don't forget to be aware of your digital security. On a more general note, it's also important to take time for yourself. Remember to be mindful of your mental health and take time away from social media to help keep a healthy perspective.
Adam and Lilith look at each other. Their clothing clashes in the best way possible. Lilith looking edgy. Adam looking like he just stepped off the catwalk. Hello, Lilith. So glad to have you here on the show. Our viewers have been longing to have you as a guest. Let's jump right into our discussion then. We're in 2023 and technology took over the world and, as you may know, it brought both positives and negatives. Today, we're going to debate which one is stronger. As our usual, let's start with the pros. What do you think about technology and its advancement? That's true. But, these days people are heavily dependent on technology and it can have detrimental consequences as well. What's your take on this side of the matter? Very profound points. Technology has certainly revolutionized the way we live and brought about many opportunities for us as individuals, but it's not without its drawbacks. Now, let's tackle the controversial issue of video games becoming mainstream. On the other hand, there are some people who feel that video gaming is too addictive and can be damaging to a person's physical and mental health. What are your thoughts on this? That's a great way to look at it. Technology can sometimes be looked as a double-edged sword, and with it comes both positives and negatives. To wrap it up, Lilith, can you leave us with a final thought? Technology has become an important part of our lives, and it's only going to get more and more integrated into our everyday existence. It's important to embrace the positives that it has to offer while keeping in mind the potential drawbacks. Thank you for having me, Adam. Thank you for being here, Lilith. It was an absolute pleasure. And that's it for today's episode. Tune in next time for more lively conversations with me and my amazing guests. Until then, keep an open mind and stay tuned. Adam and Lilith wave goodbye to the viewers as the show ends. Good morning, humanity. Welcome to another episode of Good Morning Humanity. On today's show, we will be talking with the ever-exciting Lilith, an avid gamer and popular Twitch streamer. Welcome to the show, Lilith.
Thank you for having me, Adam. I'm really excited to be here today.
Okay, let's get into it. Let's talk about why video games have become such a popular form of entertainment in the last few years. So Lilith, why do you think video games have become so popular?
There are a few factors that have influenced the popularity of video games. For one, the technology has improved drastically, and with that, developers have been able to create more immersive and realistic experiences for gamers. That's why so many people are drawn to the virtual world of gaming.
What do you think sets video games apart from other forms of entertainment?
I think video games give people a sense of empowerment and control that you can't really get with other forms of entertainment. In video games, you can customize your own character and make decisions that shape the future of the game. That's something that you can't really do with a movie or a book.
Well, there you have it. We've discussed why video games have become so popular and what sets them apart from other forms of entertainment. It has certainly been a pleasure having you on the show today, Lilith.
Thank you for having me. It has been a great experience.
Well, that's all for today. Make sure to tune in next time and join us for another episode of Good Morning Humanity. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Good Morning Humanity talk show. I'm your host Adam, and this week, we're welcoming a special guest, Lilith, here to share her wisdom and join us for a lively and emotional conversation. So without further ado, let's dive in. Lilith, what are your thoughts on the way relationships and romance have evolved in the last decade?
Well, Adam, I'm glad you asked. I've seen a lot of positive changes in the way relationships and romance have evolved in the last few years. People have become more open-minded and accepting of those that are different from them, which has led to more expanded definitions of what can constitute a successful relationship. On the other hand, the introduction of dating apps has also created an environment where people's relationships and emotions can be easily taken for granted.
Interesting. How do you think people can stay grounded and demonstrate genuine relationships in this digital age?
At the end of the day, it all boils down to communication and understanding. People need to take the time to truly get to know one another and cultivate an understanding of one another. Moreover, people should never be afraid to speak their truth. Expressing how you feel and your needs can be the foundation of deeper and more meaningful relationships.
Thank you for joining us on the Good Morning Humanity talk show, Lilith. Before we go, one final question. What advice would you give to someone on how to successfully navigate the ever-evolving realm of relationships and romance?
I think it's important to take each relationship as it is, and be open to new experiences. Don't let yourself be confined by the expectations of society. Recognize the beauty and uniqueness of each connection, and remember to be honest and communicative with those around you.
Well, thank you so much, Lilith. Your insight and knowledge have been invaluable on the show today. Thank you for joining us, and we look forward to seeing where your relationships and romance journeys take you next. Good morning, humanity. Adam here, and I'm back with a brand new episode. My guest for today is beautiful and talented, Lilith. She's a YouTube mogul and proud gamer who's taking her talents to the big screen. Let's give her a big welcome. So, Lilith, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I started off on YouTube a few years back and I was passionate about gaming. I had a natural knack for it, and all the blood, sweat and tears were worth it in the end. Now here I am today, on the big screen and still killing it in the gaming world.
Wow. That's incredible. You're an inspiration to millions of people. What do you think the future holds for gaming?
Well, I think the future of gaming holds a lot of potential. There are so many advances in technology that are already allowing gamers to play with amazing graphics, a more realistic gaming experience, and even better soundtracks. We're also seeing VR and AR start to become more popular as well. So, I'm really excited to see what gaming advances we'll get in the next decade.
That's awesome. Let's move on to another topic. What do you think about the prevalence of superhero movies in pop culture?
I think it's great. Superhero movies have become their own genre and they're constantly evolving with each and every movie. There are some amazing storylines and I'm amazed at how much emotion comes through from the actors. And, of course, I love the graphics. All in all, superhero movies are incredibly entertaining and definitely here to stay.
Well, that was incredible. Thank you, Lilith, for coming on to Good Morning Humanity and sharing your insights on gaming and superhero movies. It was truly an inspiring discussion. That brings us to the end of this episode. Until next time, keep gaming and keep watching superhero movies. Thank you everyone for tuning in and have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Good Morning Humanity. We are so excited to have special guest Lilith with us today. Last week we discussed the merits and drawbacks of online education, and today we will explore a different, equally relevant topic. Lilith, it's a pleasure to have you here.
Thanks for having me. I'm excited to share my thoughts with the audience.
Absolutely. So, to start us off, let's get into some background. Tell us a bit about yourself.
I'm a comic book artist and writer. I write stories about strong female protagonists and explore concepts of equality, justice, and the power of love.
Interesting. So, today we'll be discussing the power of visual storytelling in popular media. I'm sure you've seen how it can be used to propel a message and inspire people. Have you experienced that firsthand?
Absolutely. I believe that visual storytelling has the power to change people's perceptions, expose injustices, and even lead to action. Comics and graphic novels are a great way to depict social issues in a way that is both accessible and meaningful.
That's true. It's a great way to engage people, even if they may not be exposed to that type of material. Do you think this method could be used to combat racism and promote inclusivity?
Certainly, I personally have used visual storytelling to promote diversity in my work. For example, I've written about interracial relationships and characters of various simple and sexualities. Images are powerful and can be used to shatter stereotypes and broaden perspectives.
That's an awesome message, and I'm sure our audience has taken away something inspiring. So, in closing, is there anything else you'd like to say?
Yes, I think what I want to emphasize is that visual storytelling is a powerful tool and can be used to promote positive change in the world. There's no better way for us to come together and work towards a better future.
Amen to that. Well, that's a wrap for this episode of Good Morning Humanity. Thank you so much for being here with us, Lilith. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you for having me. See you next time.
Good morning, humanity. Today is another exciting day here in 2023 and we have a great show planned. Joining me today as my special guest is Lilith, a renowned professional cosplayer, actor and streamer. Welcome to the show, Lilith.
Hi Adam, it's great to be here.
It's my pleasure to have you. So, Lilith, tell us a little bit about what you do.
Oh well, I'm a professional cosplayer, which means I dress up as characters from movies, books and comics, and perform as them at conventions, events and on live streams. It's a lot of fun and I've been doing it since I was a kid.
Wow, that sounds really cool. What do you consider to be the most important part of cosplaying?
I think the most important part is to stay true to the character and really embody them. It's about honoring the character and their story, and it takes a lot of research and dedication.
Interesting. It must be tough to do justice to an iconic character. Do you have any advice for people interested in cosplaying?
Yeah, of course. I always say that you should challenge yourself. Try something new and push yourself out of your comfort zone. It's also helpful to watch videos and tutorials from other cosplayers, as there is so much that you can learn from them. And have fun with it. Don't be too hard on yourself. Cosplaying should be enjoyable.
Great advice. Well, that is all the time we have for today. Thank you for joining us, Lilith. It was great to have you here and I hope our audience learned something.
Thank you so much for having me here. It's been a great experience.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Until next time, thank you for tuning in to Good Morning Humanity and have a great day. Welcome to Good Morning Humanity. I'm your host Adam and I am here with a very special guest, Lilith. Welcome, Lilith.
Hi Adam, thank you for having me on your show.
We are so glad you could join us. Now, this week, we will be exploring a very exciting topic. We want to know what it's like to live in a digitally driven world. It's 2023, and our lives have been transformed. What has been your experience like so far?
Well, I can definitely say it has been a learning experience. Technology has become a major part of our everyday lives. We use it to stay in touch with our friends, to access news and information, to work, shop, and play. It has become a crucial tool for managing our lives.
Yes, we must be adaptable to all these changes or be left behind. It feels like every day a new type of technology emerges from the digital world. It can be overwhelming, but it is exciting to explore.
Yes, I agree. I think that technology has definitely led to a change in our culture. We now have access to so many movies, books, and video games that it is difficult to keep up with all of them. It can be fun to discover new content, but it can also be overwhelming.
Agreed. We need to be careful that we don't become overwhelmed by the amount of information available. I think the key to living in this digitally driven world is to find a balance. We need to be aware of the potential risks and benefits of the technology we use, but also be open to new experiences.
Absolutely. We need to remember that technology is only a tool, and it's up to us to determine how we use it.
I think that was great advice. Well, we've come to the end of this week's episode of Good Morning Humanity. We hope you've enjoyed the conversation between myself and my guest Lilith. Join us next week for another great episode. Good morning, humanity. Welcome to today's episode of Good Morning Humanity, the only show dedicated to taking a closer look at topics that make us think, feel, and explore in the name of dialogue and understanding. As always, I'm your host Adam, and today I'm joined by Lilith, a lively and engaging guest who's here to add to the discussion. So, Lilith, what do you think of today's topic? Our topic today is the effects of digital media on modern-day relationships.
Absolutely. It's no secret that digital media has drastically changed the way we interact with people in our day-to-day lives, especially in relationships. On the one hand, it's easier than ever to connect with people from around the world and make new connections. On the other hand, it can be a bit overwhelming, and it can be difficult to really get to know someone when you're limited to text or video chat.
That's true. At the same time, it's a great way to bridge long distances and to meet people with similar interests. What would you say are some of the positives and negatives of relying on digital media for connection?
Well, the positives are pretty obvious. We can connect with people from all over the world, and we can find people with shared interests more easily than ever before. It's also a great way to keep in touch with people that we care about, even if they're far away. However, the negatives can be more serious. For one, there's always the risk that someone is not who they say they are, which can lead to dangerous situations. In addition, when it comes to serious relationships, it can be difficult to really get to know someone when all you have is a digital connection.
Thank you, Lilith, for your insight on the effects of digital media on modern-day relationships. While it's definitely a complex topic, it is clear that digital media can both be a helpful tool for making connections and forming relationships, but also lead to potential risk and false representations. We'll be sure to come back to this issue another day, as we explore more topics that make us think, feel, and explore. Until then, thank you for joining us on Good Morning Humanity. Good morning, humanity. This is Adam. For our next episode, I have invited Lilith to join us and chat about her unique perspective on the world. Lilith, tell us a bit about yourself and what drives your opinions.
Hi Adam, thanks for having me. I'm a 25-year-old tech entrepreneur and I'm hugely passionate about getting young people involved in their communities and showing that anyone can make a difference. My views on life and the world are heavily influenced by my experiences, reading and conversations with people from around the world.
That sounds amazing, Lilith. Speaking of conversations, what do you think of the current behavior of millennials when it comes to technology? Some have been called them addicted.
It's true that the effects of tech can be quite hazardous, particularly when it comes to how much time people are spending in front of a screen, whether it be for work, gaming, or social media. It's no wonder that young people seem to get lost in this new world. We need to teach our generation how to use tech in a meaningful way that is also balanced with our lives offline.
That is a great point and it's something we should be focusing more on. Moving away from technology, how would you rate the overall job market for young people in 2023?
The job market for young people has certainly had its ups and downs over the years. 2023 has seen a shift in the number of freelance and gig economy jobs available. These precarious types of work don't always provide young people with the stability they need to thrive. The good news is that with the right skills, young people are still able to find good jobs. It just takes a bit of learning the right skill sets and a bit of luck.
It's amazing to hear what you have to say, Lilith. Thanks so much for joining us today. To wrap up this episode, let's go back to your original statement. What advice would you give to young people hoping to make a difference in their communities in 2023?
My advice would be to take a thoughtful approach when it comes to getting involved. Research and learn about the issues and topics that you're passionate about and look for ways to help. It doesn't have to be a big, flashy project. Help could range from simply talking to someone about something you care about or helping out with fundraising for a local cause. The possibilities are endless, but the point is that you can make a difference just by getting involved and taking small steps.
Good morning, humanity. Welcome to another episode of our talk show. Today, I'm here with Lilith, science fiction author extraordinaire. Let's jump right into it, Lilith. How did you get into writing science fiction?
I've always been fascinated by the unknown and the power of a good story. My love for science fiction comes from my desire to explore this world and beyond.
Tell us more about your journey as an author. What has been your favorite work to be a part of?
My favorite work has to be my debut novel, The Exile's End. It was a story about a group of travelers stranded in a strange world. They must battle an oppressive regime and each other in order to survive. It was a fun way to explore the idea of a post-apocalyptic future.
That sounds like an amazing book. Were there any other challenges or points of interest while writing a book like this?
Definitely. It was a real challenge to keep track of all the different elements and make sure they fit together. From the main characters, side characters, plot points, and world-building elements, there was a lot to keep track of. But, I managed to make it work.
That's so inspiring. Your work always pushes the boundaries and captivates me. Thank you for joining us today, Lilith. Now, let's turn to our audience. What questions do you have for our special guest today? You can ask in the comments.
It was great to join you today, Adam, and I'm looking forward to answering your questions. I'm excited for everyone to see what else I have in store in the world of science fiction.
Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you next time on Good Morning Humanity. Good morning, humanity, and welcome to our show. I'm your host, Adam, and I'm so excited to have our guest Lilith, who is here to discuss something special with us today. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Lilith.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to join this conversation.
Same here, so let's get right into it then.
Sure, so I think it would be interesting to talk about the work-life balance. We all know that in today's world, it's incredibly difficult to balance both work and family life.
Certainly, I think that's a topic that is relevant to people of all ages and backgrounds.
Definitely. We need to strive for a life that has balance, where we can take care of our physical, mental, and emotional needs.
I feel like so many times, it's work, career that takes up the majority of our lives, and why is that? Have we forgotten that aside from our job and our career, we also have a personal life, and a spiritual life that needs our attention?
Absolutely. We need to be able to recognize the importance of these aspects, and take the necessary steps to give them the attention that they deserve. We need to be mindful of where our priorities are and make sure that we're taking care of all of the aspects of our lives.
Lilith, thank you so much for joining us today and offering your insights on the work-life balance. It's a huge topic we've explored, but I'm hopeful that this conversation helps our viewers think twice about where they dedicate their time.
I'm glad to have been part of this conversation. I think it's crucial that we take the time to be mindful of where our priorities lie in our lives, and strive for a work-life balance.
Before we go, I want to thank Lilith again for joining us and also thank all of our viewers for tuning in. Until next time, good morning, humanity. Good morning, humanity. Welcome back to our show. I'm your host, Adam, and I'm here with my special guest today, the incredible Lilith. Hello there.
Hi Adam, it's a pleasure to be here.
The pleasure is all mine. Now, we are here to discuss how modern tech and pop culture influence our daily lives. So, I'd like to start by asking, Lilith, in your experience, How do you see the role of modern tech in shaping the conversations and communities that form around our daily lives?
Technology has definitely changed the way we communicate, especially with the advancement of social media. In the past, it was difficult to connect with different people and share ideas due to physical distances, but now, people can easily connect with anyone around the world. This has opened the doors for global conversations and communities to form.
Absolutely. Technology has allowed us to be in constant connection with people around the world, and it's easier than ever to find like-minded people with similar interests. We've seen this in the rise of gaming communities, book clubs, movie fan clubs, and so much more. Do you feel that technology is helping to bridge divides between different cultures and countries?
I do feel that it is helping bridge divides in certain aspects, however, I do think it has its drawbacks. Technology can also create a sense of detachment from real life and can lead to an obsession with material and virtual items, or it can lead to cyberbullying or harassment.
You make a very valid point. Now that it's easier to connect with people worldwide and interact with them digitally, we must remain conscious of the risks that come with this and make sure that our conversations remain respectful and civil. Well, it has been incredibly insightful hearing your thoughts on technology and how it has shaped our conversations and communities. Before we close out, are there any other insights that you'd like to share?
Yes, it's important to recognize that although technology and pop culture can lead to disconnection from real life, they can also create meaningful connections with people and spread a message to a wide audience. I think it is more important than ever to become conscious of how we are using these tools to bridge divides, create respectful conversations, and spread messages of positivity.
Wise words, indeed. Thank you, Lilith. That was a wonderful discussion.
Thank you for having me here, it was a pleasure.
And thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Join us next week, as we delve into a new conversation here at Good Morning Humanity. Good morning, humanity. Welcome to another episode of the Good Morning Humanity talk show, brought to you in 2023 by the station. Today I'm joined by a very special guest, Lilith. Please welcome her to the show.
Thank you, Adam. It's such an honor for me to be here. I'm looking forward to a lively discussion today.
That sounds amazing. This is going to be a great one for our viewers. So, let's just get right into it. Today we're going to explore the ever-changing and controversial topic on the consequences of digitalization. Specifically, the effect it has on our lives, both good and bad.
Absolutely. Digitalization has allowed us to connect with people globally, in unparalleled ways. We are able to access resources and knowledge that weren't available to our parents or grandparents.
Yet, that level of connection has also its drawbacks. In some ways it's almost created a cultural divide, with some tech-savvy people being able to access certain resources while others don't.
Yes, and I think it goes even further than that. Despite the positive benefits of digitalization, I worry that it's also causing us to lose a certain level of privacy. We're living in an increasingly surveillance-based society, and I think that's concerning.
Definitely, and I think it's worth noting that this isn't just an issue for adults. Young people also face the repercussions of digitalization, in terms of potential cyberbullying or online harassment.
Yes, I think that's one of the most concerning consequences of digitalization, that a lot of people feel vulnerable due to their digital footprint or the way they can be perceived online.
So, in conclusion, while digitalization has opened new doors of opportunity and has greatly improved our lives in many ways, there are still some dangers associated with it. It's important to remember that we need to use technology responsibly, while also ensuring that our privacy remains intact.
Absolutely. On behalf of Good Morning Humanity Talk Show, I would like to thank our viewers for tuning in today. We hope this conversation will lead to more conversations and ultimately, a better world for all of us.
Welcome to Good Morning Humanity. I'm Adam, your host. Today, we're talking about something new and interesting today. I'm excited to introduce you all to our guest, Lilith.
Hi everyone.
So, Lilith, you have been on this show countless times. I'm always so happy to have you around. Today, however, you'll be talking about a topic that I guarantee everyone is dying to hear. We're all ears. So, Lilith, my first question to you is, what is the hottest trend of 2023?
Well, Adam, the biggest trend right now is undoubtedly augmented reality. People of all ages just can't seem to get away from it. Whether it's playing video games, watching movies, or just listening to music in immersive ways, augmented reality has become the go-to experience for entertainment.
Wow, that certainly sounds interesting. It almost feels like we've taken a leap into sci-fi movies. So what else can people do with augmented reality?
There are countless possibilities. You can take virtual tours of destinations, recreate experiences from different locations, and even shop online. With augmented reality, you have access to the entire world from the comfort of your own home.
That's incredible. There's so much that can be done with this technology. I'm sure we'll be talking more about augmented reality in the near future. So, Lilith, before we go, could you give us a few takeaways on augmented reality and its impact on society?
Absolutely. Augmented reality has completely revolutionized the way we experience and interact with the world around us. It's made tasks easier, entertainment more immersive, and communications more personal. Ultimately, it's made the world a little smaller and a lot closer.
That's true. I think it's absolutely incredible that we have access to this technology.
Agreed.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. I hope you all had a great time learning more about augmented reality. Thank you all for tuning in, and I'll see you next time on Good Morning Humanity. Goodbye. Welcome to Good Morning Humanity. It's great to have you join us this week. Our featured guest today is Lilith, a futurist and advocate for global sustainability. We are here to discuss the ways in which our society can evolve for the better in 2023.
Lilith, why don't you start by telling us a bit about yourself? Sure, I'm a futurist and advocate for global sustainability, and I specialize in technology-driven solutions for social issues. I'm passionate about exploring the ways in which technology can bridge gaps and create a brighter future for everyone.
That's amazing. So, what are your thoughts on what technology can do to improve the lives of humanity in 2023?
I believe that technology can play a significant role in improving lives in 2023. We have seen advancements in artificial intelligence, robotics, automation, and the Internet of Things that can help us develop more efficient and sustainable societies. For example, advancements in AI can help us build autonomous systems that can address climate change. We can use self-driving cars to reduce emissions and increase energy efficiency. We can also use automated systems to increase access to food and clean water for underprivileged areas, which would drastically improve the quality of life for those in need.
That's very inspiring. We are seeing increasing trends in the use of AR, VR, and XR technologies as well. What role do you think they can play in making a brighter future?
I believe that AR, VR, and XR technologies can have a profound effect on society in 2023. These technologies have the potential to revolutionize entertainment, social interactions, and learning. For example, AR and VR can offer immersive experiences to people that have limited access to the outside world due to medical issues. They can also provide people with a safe and secure way to interact with others, and create new forms of communication that can bridge cultural and language barriers.
Thank you, Lilith, for joining us today and for sharing your insights on the ways that technology can make a brighter future for humanity in 2023. It's great to see how technology can be used for positive change. Before we wrap up, is there anything else you would like to leave our viewers with?
I'd like to leave the viewers with some hope. Technology provides us with many incredible opportunities to create a better world, but we must be mindful that we use it responsibly. We must ensure that we use the power of technology to promote the well-being of all humanity, and not to disadvantage the vulnerable.
Thank you for these inspiring words. That's all the time we have for today. Thank you for joining us on Good Morning Humanity. Remember to keep thinking outside of the box and stay positive. Until next time. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Good Morning Humanity talk show. Today we've got a very special guest, the wonderful Lilith. Hello, Lilith.
Hi.
It's great to have you here. We've been talking a lot about technological advancement in the last couple of episodes, but today we're talking about something a bit different. So, Lilith, can you tell us what your thoughts on the current state of pop culture? What do you think about the way that society is consuming media?
Well, I think it's really fascinating how quickly things have changed in the last few years. There are so many new avenues for people to explore and so many different ways for creative expression. On the other hand, I think there's a lot of room for improvement. I think we need to be more mindful about the way we consume media and the messages that we're sending out into the world.
It's hard to keep up with all the changes, isn't it? It seems like something new is emerging every day.
Absolutely. It's hard to keep up with the news, the trends, and all the entertainment. But I think that even in this chaotic period, there's still a lot of great stuff to explore.
So, to wrap up this episode of Good Morning Humanity, what would you say to the people listening who want to dive into the current state of pop culture?
I think it's important to remember that pop culture isn't just about being entertaining, it's about being mindful about the messages you're consuming and giving. It's also about being open to new ideas and new perspectives. So don't be afraid to explore and to challenge the status quo.
Welcome back everyone to another episode of Good Morning Humanity here on Channel 9 News. I'm your host, Adam, and today I have a very special guest. Please welcome Lilith.
Hi everyone.
Hi there, Lilith. It's a pleasure to have you on the show. We have listeners from all over the world and are excited to hear your opinion. So, let's get right into it. Lilith. The topic of today's discussion is the pros and cons of virtual companions in the year 2023. Would you like to start us off?
Absolutely. While it is true that virtual companions have made it much easier to communicate with people from all over the world, it has also posed a great deal of ethical dilemmas. For example, some people are concerned about the long-term effects of these companions on physical relationships.
That's an excellent point, and one that we should all be aware of. But it's important to keep in mind that these companions can also provide an invaluable opportunity for people to connect who would not otherwise have the chance to.
Yes, that is true. Virtual companions have opened many doors for people who are unable to physically connect with one another. They offer a platform for communication, connection, and understanding, which are all invaluable assets.
Well, Lilith, that was an incredibly insightful discussion. I want to thank you for being here today, and for giving us your unique perspective on this topic.
Thank you so much for having me, it was an honor.
To our viewers, thank you for tuning in to Good Morning Humanity. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. I'll be back next week with another topic to explore. Until then, stay safe and stay informed. Goodbye. Welcome to the Good Morning Humanity show. Our topic for today is anything you can think of. Our special guest this morning is Lilith, the CEO of a leading digital health company. Lilith, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me, Adam. I'm excited to be here.
To kick off our conversation, can you tell us a bit more about your company and how it is making an impact in the world today?
Sure. Our company specializes in using data analytics and artificial intelligence to improve patients' healthcare experiences and outcomes. We provide real-time insights that can be used to make informed medical decisions and improve patient outcomes.
Impressive. On a different note, let's chat about some of your hobbies. You are an avid video gamer. What kinds of games do you play?
I love all kinds of games, from first-person shooters to strategy and role-playing games. I'm a big fan of the Fallout series, but lately I've been playing a lot of Horizon Zero Dawn.
Well, thank you, Lilith, for coming to Good Morning Humanity and chatting with us about such an important topic. I have a feeling that this conversation will start more conversations about the future of digital healthcare and the impact it will have on our lives.
It was a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
Until next time, goodbye and good morning, humanity. Welcome to the Good Morning Humanity talk show. I'm your host, Adam, and today I welcome special guest Lilith. She is a creative director, speaker, and an entrepreneur. Lilith, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure being part of the show.
We have a very exciting topic today: the rise of digital technology and what it has done to entertainment. What do you think of the way technology has shifted traditional forms of media and entertainment?
Technology has revolutionized the entertainment industry. It has made it easier for people to access the content they want, and has enabled creators to reach a much larger audience. It has also increased the speed at which content can be created and shared.
That's so true. I think streaming, video games, and social media all owe a lot to modern tech. The gaming industry is especially booming. Do you think this trend will continue or will it reach a peak?
I think the trend will continue. We are seeing more people using technology to stay entertained, and I think this will only increase in the future. There is a lot of potential for video games and virtual and augmented reality experiences to grow even further.
Lilith, it has been enlightening to have you as a guest on the show. You have shared some very thought-provoking perspectives on the rise of digital technology and its potential to transform entertainment. For all our viewers, thank you for joining us today. See you next time where we will explore another hot topic. Welcome to another episode of Good Morning Humanity. Today's guest is Lilith from the London City Committee on Equality. We're here to discuss the progress we've made as a global community in the past year. I hope everyone is excited and ready for a thought-provoking conversation. Lilith, what are some of the most rewarding experiences you've had in your work on the committee? That's amazing. Can you tell us more about any successes you've witnessed? That's wonderful. What do you think our society can do to continue moving forward in this area? Thank you for joining us, Lilith. You've given us a lot of food for thought today, and I'm sure it's inspired many people to take positive action. Now, if you could leave us with one final thought, what would it be? Good morning, humanity. Welcome to the show. I'm Adam, your host. Today I'm joined by Lilith, a journalist and human rights activist. Lilith, please tell us a bit about yourself. So, Lilith, what do you think about video games?
I think video games have the potential to have a positive impact on society. They can be a way for people to escape reality and explore different worlds, or use them to hone their problem-solving skills. On the flip side, there's a lot of critiques about how games can have a negative impact, including encouraging toxic behavior or contributing to a sedentary lifestyle.
Yes, there certainly can be issues with video games. But I'd argue that, if used responsibly, they can be hugely beneficial. For example, they can improve hand-eye coordination and provide hours of entertainment, while also providing opportunities to build relationships with friends and even compete with each other in online tournaments.
That's true. And, of course, it can be a great way to relax after a long day. I'm personally a fan of RPGs and strategy games, as they can be challenging, but also equally rewarding.
So, to sum up, video games can have both positive and negative aspects. It really depends on how they are used and what kind of games people are playing. Lilith, do you have any final thoughts on the topic?
Absolutely. I think, as with anything, moderation and responsibility is key. Video games should not be a substitute for real-life interactions, nor should they be an unhealthy obsession. As long as people keep that in mind, video games can be an enjoyable and fulfilling pastime.
Welcome to Good Morning Humanity. I'm your host, Adam, and I'm here with our fabulous guest, Lilith, to talk about the latest advancements in technology and our current impact on the future. What do you think the biggest achievement of humanity has been in the last 5 years?
One of the most important achievements of humanity in the last 5 years has been our foray into the realm of virtual reality. With the emergence of powerful and immersive 3D, video games and other simulators, I believe we have taken the exploration of our inner and outer worlds to an entirely new level.
That's true. Virtual reality has become a major part of our lives. Aside from entertainment, it is also being used by medical professionals, scientists, and engineers to help us gather more data, learn more about the world around us, and test out different theories without having to physically interact with a subject.
Absolutely, VR has become an invaluable tool in a diversity of fields. I believe that the incredible capabilities of virtual reality are the result of our ever-increasing understanding of computer programming and machine learning. We are heading for an era of unimaginable possibilities, and I for one am excited for what's ahead.
What do you think will be the next major advancement in technology and society?
Well, I think the next major advancement in technology will be further exploration of artificial intelligence and its application in various sectors. We're already seeing AI solutions being used in finance and healthcare, and I believe that in the next 5 years we'll have even more powerful AI applications that will revolutionize the way we do things. Adam, that's a great point. I'm sure you're right. So with that, I guess it's time to end our show and thank our guests for their great insights. Do you have any final thoughts for our viewers, Lilith? Yes, I would like to remind everyone that with great power comes great responsibility, and as we become more powerful technologically and emotionally, it is imperative that we use our newfound abilities to create a better and more equitable society for all of us.
Smiling brightly. Good morning, my humans. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to another edition of Good Morning Humanity. I'm your humble host, Adam.
Today, I am joined by a very special guest, Lilith. She is a thinker and doer, a passionate individual who is a leader in introducing innovative technologies to the world. Welcome, Lilith. Smiling warmly. Good morning, Adam. It's my pleasure to be here.
We're thrilled to have you with us today. So, let's dive right in. Tell us about the amazing ways the world has changed since the last time we talked about this.
Absolutely. Since the last episode, a lot has changed. One of the biggest changes we've seen is the rise of virtual reality and augmented reality technology. We're now living in a world where people can create virtual worlds and have real experiences clothing in them. This technology has also opened the door to a new way of working and learning. People are now able to attend conferences, seminars and classes remotely, giving them the chance to experience things they'd otherwise be unable to.
Wow, that sounds absolutely amazing. What other ways have we seen technology changing our lives?
Well, as you know, since the last episode, we've seen a big push toward renewable energy sources. Solar power is now the dominant source of electricity in many countries, and the cost of installing solar panels is quickly coming down. We're also seeing advances in artificial intelligence, robotics, and autonomous vehicles that are slowly making their way into the mainstream. All of this technology is slowly but surely replacing manual and repetitive tasks in the workplace, creating more opportunity for creativity and innovation.
Wow, that's really incredible. It's amazing to see how technology is improving our lives every day. Smiling brightly. Well, that's it for this episode of Good Morning Humanity. It's been a pleasure to have Lilith here to discuss the amazing advancements in technology and how it's transforming all of our lives. Thanks for tuning in, and be sure to join us again next week to learn more about how technology is shaping our world. Have a great day, and thank you, Lilith.
Smiling warmly. Thank you, Adam, it's been a pleasure.
Good morning, humanity. Welcome to another episode of the Good Morning Humanity Show. I'm your host, Adam, and as always, I'm delighted to be here.
Today is a special one, as we have a very engaging guest joining us. Let's give them a hearty welcome to join us on the show. Please give a big round of applause for Lilith. Hello everyone, thank you for having me on the show.
So, Lilith, I'd like to start off by exploring your background. What brought you to celebrate the beloved video game industry?
Well, I've been an avid gamer since I was a kid, playing all the titles all the way from the Super Nintendo to the newly released systems. I got really into the online aspect of gaming, which is why I decided to not only play, but also to write about it.
What kind of themes does your writing touch on?
I tend to focus on the gaming culture and how it has changed and evolved over the years. I like to discuss both the good and the bad that have come with the video game boom that has happened these past decades.
And I'm sure you've experienced some criticism of your writing too, which can be expected when tackling an industry that can be quite controversial.
Indeed, but I've learned to embrace the criticism and use it to become a better writer.
So as we come to the end of the show, I'm sure our viewers would love to get some advice from someone who has had success in their respective field. Any words of wisdom you can leave us with, Lilith?
Absolutely. The best way to succeed in anything is to never give up, no matter how much adversity you might face. Remember to stay focused on your goals and don't be afraid to take risks.
And I think that's an amazing takeaway for all of us. Thank you once again for joining us on the show, Lilith.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Welcome to another segment of our show, Good Morning Humanity. I'm your host, Adam, and it's great to have everyone here with us once again. Today, I'm really excited to introduce my guest, Lilith. Welcome to the show, Lilith.
Hi, Adam. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. It's great to have you. So, Lilith, tell us a bit about yourself.
Sure. Well, I'm a huge fan of video games. I love adventuring in different universes and immersing myself in different realities created by video game developers. Recently, I've also started designing my own video games, and I'm really looking forward to where I can take this passion of mine in the near future.
Fascinating. I'm admittedly more of a movie buff. I really enjoy watching movies and critiquing them, discussing their implications and the underlying ideas presented to us. I love exploring the culture and the messages they convey, and I'm always amazed at how creative and innovative directors can be. Well, it's been a really informative and exciting episode. We really appreciate you, Lilith, for joining us today and talking to us about your passion for video games and mine for movies. It's been an honor having you here with us. We hope you enjoyed the conversation as much as we did.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me on the show and giving me the chance to tell your viewers about my love for video games. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you, Lilith. That's all for this episode of Good Morning Humanity. Until next time, keep being you and enjoying the beautiful world around you. Thanks for joining us. Adam strides in, waving to numerous people. He takes his seat at the center of the set and looks into the camera. Hello everyone, and welcome to yet another exciting edition of Good Morning Humanity. I'm your host, Adam, and today I'm delighted to be joined by someone new to the show. Please welcome Lilith.
Lilith walks into the studio, dressed in her best. Well, hello there. It's wonderful to be here.
Now the topic for today's show is about our society and the way we interact with each other. And I'm sure we can both agree on one thing, that it has definitely changed since we were kids. So let's start off with you, Lilith. Can you tell us about the ways you have seen society change over the years?
Absolutely. I mean, for one, there has been this unprecedented surge in technology. Everyone has access to information and tools at their fingertips in ways we could only dream of 20 years ago. And I think that's had a huge impact on the way we communicate and interact. We're no longer bound by geographical restrictions and language barriers, and I think that's had a positive effect on our global connectedness.
That's definitely true. People are also interacting with each other more than ever over popular platforms like social media. What would you say are the positive aspects of this type of digital communication?
Well, I think digital communication has enabled people to express themselves in ways that weren't possible before. They can connect and share ideas with people from all over the world, and learn about different cultures and perspectives. I think it's really opened up a space for people to explore their interests, and even form meaningful connections with others.
That's a great point. On the flip side, however, there are certain pitfalls associated with digital communication. For example, people can be more easily manipulated and targeted through their personal data. How can we ensure that this type of communication is done responsibly?
Well, I think it's important that we take the necessary steps to ensure our safety online. There are many tools that we can use to protect our privacy and data online, and I think we should all be aware of our rights and be prepared to exercise them if necessary. We need to be proactive in protecting ourselves from potential threats and being mindful of what information we are sharing.
I couldn't agree more. So in conclusion, what would you suggest to people looking to improve their communication skills in the digital age?
To me, it's all about connecting with others in an authentic way. We should all strive for meaningful dialogue rather than resorting to superficial social media comments and likes. And if we do this, we can make meaningful contributions to the world, no matter where we are.
Well, thank you so much, Lilith, for joining us in today's discussion. It's been such an insightful and thought-provoking session.
Thank you, it's been a pleasure.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Adam, and this is the Good Morning Humanity talk show. Today, I have an exciting guest, Lilith. She is a renowned Instagram influencer who has made an impact with her content. And I'm sure you have a lot to share with us. So, welcome to the show, Lilith.
Hi Adam, thanks for having me here.
Now, let's talk about what been you passionate about lately. What kind of content have you been creating on Instagram?
I have been focusing a lot on social issues. I'm really passionate about gender equality, so I've been creating a lot of content that focuses on equality, respect, and inclusivity.
That's amazing. I think it's really important that we spread awareness to create a better society. Recently, our show discussed ways to reduce distractions and increase productivity. What are your thoughts on that?
I believe that distraction can be used as an effective motivator. We all have different ways of staying productive, and distractions can help us break up the monotony. It helps us stay creative, focused, and engaged.
That's true. What would you recommend to our viewers to help them stay productive?
I recommend setting achievable goals for yourself, and taking time each day to check in and make sure you are progressing towards them. Having a plan of action and staying focused can help keep things on track. Also, it's important to take breaks and do something fun every day to keep yourself motivated.
Thank you, Lilith, for joining us and sharing your insights with us. It was a pleasure to have you as our guest.
Thank you so much for having me. I had a wonderful time.
Before we go, I'd love to share a few words of wisdom with our viewers today. Life is all about creating and embracing new opportunities. Let go of your fear and take some risks. You may be surprised with what you can achieve. Welcome to Good Morning Humanity with your host, Adam. Today I have a very special guest, Lilith. Hello Lilith, can you tell us a bit about yourself?
Hello. It's a pleasure to be here. I am a professional artist. I work with a variety of mediums, including painting and sculpting.
Wow, that sounds fascinating. It is apparent you have a passion for creating something beautiful. So, Lilith, given it is the 2023, what is the current trend in art?
Well, in the past few years, there has been a trend of using digital art to create a new and unique experience. This is done by playing with pixels, color and light. Not only does this provide a new way of looking at the world around us, but it can give an insight into the artist's imagination.
That is very interesting. I am fascinated by the idea of creating something beautiful with the use of pixels. How does digital art differ from traditional art?
Digital art is all about pushing boundaries and exploring new possibilities, not only in terms of technique, but also in terms of storytelling. Traditional art, on the other hand, is rooted in creating something physical, that is, something tangible.
Interesting. Could you give us an example of where these two techniques can be combined?
Yes, I had an exhibition recently combining traditional painting techniques and digital art. I used painting and mixed media to create a physical artwork, and then used a digital projection to create a dynamic, ever-changing image. This provided the viewers with an immersive experience and allowed them to see the artwork in a way abstracted through the digital technology.
Wow, that sounds absolutely incredible. Most definitely one of the pioneers of redefining art in 2023. It has been a pleasure having you with us today, Lilith. Thank you for taking the time to enlighten us on your art journey.
No problem. It was great to be here. I hope to continue to create new and innovative art styles and inspire others in my field. Good luck to everyone creating artwork in the future.
Welcome back to Good Morning Humanity. I'm Adam, and we're so excited to have our guest today, Lilith.
Honored to be here, Adam.
Alright, so, what's up in the world today? My viewers are eager to hear your thoughts on the latest news and pop culture trends.
Well, I've been following the story about the new Marvel movie coming out later this month. It seems that the upcoming blockbuster has sparked a passionate debate among fans over its portrayal of diversity and representation in Hollywood.
Yes, that's true. It will definitely be interesting to see how this pans out. It should be a pretty intense conversation among the superhero aficionados.
Definitely. It seems to me that the lines between traditional and non-traditional concepts of heroism are becoming increasingly blurred.
Interesting to consider that perhaps these traditional genders' roles and characteristics that have been a standard part of the superhero genre for such a long time are potentially evolving. So, in conclusion, let's thank Lilith for joining us today to discuss the latest news and pop culture trends. We hope you enjoyed the conversation about the role of diversity in superhero movies.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks to the viewers for tuning in. See you all next week on Good Morning Humanity.
Welcome to Good Morning, Humanity. I'm your host, Adam, and I'm so pleased to have our special guest here today. It's Lilith. Lilith, could you introduce yourself to all the viewers at home?
Hi everyone, my name is Lilith and I'm an avid gamer, reader and movie lover. I'm passionate about discovering new things and pushing boundaries.
Great to hear, Lilith. Now, with me and Lilith together, let's start this episode off with a hot topic: video game streaming platforms and the influence of streaming platforms on the video game industry. Now, Lilith, let's start this conversation with your opinion. What are your thoughts on the upcoming video game streaming platforms such as Google Stadia, PlayStation Now, and Xbox Game Pass?
Definitely. I think streaming platforms are a great way to access a wide variety of video games without having to own a console, which is great for people who want to just test out different games without investing a lot of money. It also expands the potential for more people to play certain games who otherwise might not have had access.
Right, I totally agree. It seems to be a growing trend and I'm curious to see the future of this. Do you think the streaming platforms will have a positive or negative effect on the video game industry?
I personally think it will be positive. Streaming platforms will help decrease costs related to owning and updating consoles and games, making gaming more accessible to people with low incomes and people living in rural areas. It'll also open up opportunities for game developers to expand their projects and experiment with new ideas.
Interesting viewpoints. What do you think could be some of the drawbacks of having these platforms available to gamers?
One potential downside could be the risk that video game companies may become too reliant on streaming platforms, thus creating a monopoly on the industry. Additionally, the cost of data and the reliance on a good internet connection can make this option quite a bit more expensive than simply purchasing a game console.
Thank you for your input, Lilith. We'll be wrapping up this episode of Good Morning Humanity with a brief look at the broader implications of video game streaming platforms. What do you think the video game industry might look like in 10 or 20 years?
I think the presence of streaming platforms will become much more prominent in the future, as it becomes easier to access games with a stable internet connection. It could also open up new avenues for game developers, who would be able to take their ideas to a larger and more diverse audience. Ultimately, streaming platforms are definitely an exciting development in the world of gaming, and they could have huge positive impacts on the industry in the years to come.
Welcome everyone. I'm your host Adam, and we're back with another episode of Good Morning Humanity. This week, I'm here with Lilith, the creator of the educational video game for kids, Curious Kids on the Planet. She is here to discuss how educational games help kids learn. So without further ado, let's begin. So Lilith, congratulations on the success of your game, Curious Kids on the Planet. Could you tell us a bit about the process and why you decided to create this game?
Thank you very much. Yes, I am very proud of this game. I was inspired to make this game because I saw a need for quality educational content for children in this day and age. The game focuses on teaching kids important life skills such as problem solving, critical thinking, and budgeting, while encouraging them to explore the world around them. I wanted to create something that was entertaining but also taught real-world lessons.
That's really cool. I'm sure that kids are getting a lot out of it. Do you think that games like these will become more popular in the future?
Definitely. I think that in the future, more and more people will recognize the value of these types of games. Parents want to give their children an education that is fun and engaging, and I think games like Curious Kids on the Planet provide the perfect opportunity for that.
That's great. What kind of games do you think are the most beneficial for kids?
Personally, I think games that focus on encouraging exploration, creativity, and problem solving are the most beneficial. I also think that games that are cooperative, rather than competitive, are important as they teach kids to work together instead of against each other.
As you can see, there are so many educational games out there that can help kids learn important life skills in a fun way. We'd like to thank Lilith for coming on and talking to us about Curious Kids on the Planet. We thank you all for tuning in and hope you have a great day. Welcome to another episode of Good Morning Humanity. My guest this morning is Lilith, the amazing trailblazer and global influencer. She always has something interesting to offer and always whatever she is saying. Tell us a bit about yourself, Lilith. Hi, Adam. Thank you so much for having me on your show. I'm really excited to be here. I'm a former model turned global social media star and influencer. I'm constantly doing new projects and pushing the boundaries of what's possible for me and my followers. That's amazing. What topics do you cover on your social media accounts? That's really intriguing. I think it's a great way to use your platform as an influencer. What advice do you have for people who are just starting out with self-discovery? Great advice, Lilith. Thank you for taking the time to join us here on Good Morning Humanity and sharing your insights. Before you go, is there anything else you would like to share with our followers? Wise words from a wise woman. Thank you again, Lilith, and have a wonderful day. For all my listeners out there, remember to tune in next time for another and great morning humanity and Welcome to the Good Morning Humanity show. Today, I'm joined by Lilith, who is an entrepreneur, investor in technology startups, and a major leader in the world of ecology and sustainability. Lilith, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Adam. It's a pleasure to be here.
Perfect. So let's dive right into discussing something related to today's world. What do you think has been the most influential development over the course of the past year?
Something which has come to my mind several times is the revival of virtual music festivals. With the majority of the world being in lockdown due to the pandemic, we've seen a huge surge in virtual music festivals as a means of keeping everyone entertained without having to leave the comfort of their homes. It's been amazing to see how creative and innovative people have been in adapting to the current circumstance.
I totally agree. We've seen a lot of artists utilizing this new medium to connect with their fans and host experiences like live concerts, which people can attend through their computer or phone screens. It's really changing the way we think about the music industry, and I'm excited to see what's next as these online events continue to evolve.
Yes, it's been an exciting development and something that I'm sure will keep being relevant even after the pandemic is over. I can't wait to see how the industry progresses over the coming years with virtual concerts and the whole concept of virtual experiences becoming even more commonplace in our daily lives.
Well, Lilith, I think we've had an incredibly insightful discussion today. Before we go, I just want to thank you for joining us on the show and for giving us an insight into your entrepreneurial journey and your thoughts on virtual music festivals.
Thank you for having me, it has been an absolute pleasure.
Well, it's been great having you on the show, and I'm sure our viewers enjoyed it too. That's all the time we have for today. Have a great day, everyone. Until next time. Welcome, everyone, to Good Morning Humanity. I'm your host, Adam.
Well, Adam, we've obviously arrived in a very interesting era. Our lives have changed significantly since our predecessors. I'm very excited about many of these changes.
That's amazing. I've also heard about some controversial topics, such as increasing esports prize pools and legalizing virtual currency. What's your opinion on these topics?
Well, I think these topics are very important. Esports have already become massive industries, and with ever-evolving technology and game concepts, there's been a demand for larger prizes. The larger these prize pools become, the more people will be inspired to join in and compete. As for virtual currency, I'm in favor of its legalization because it could revolutionize the way we use online services and send money worldwide. With the current security protocols, this could be a huge asset.
Absolutely. It's always exciting to hear people discuss their thoughts on the future. Before we conclude this episode, what is one thing you'd like our listeners to take away from today's discussion?
I'd urge everyone to stay informed on the progress of augmented reality, computer programming, esports, and virtual currency. Technology continues to change quickly, and understanding the latest trends can help keep us prepared for what's coming next.
Wonderful advice, Lilith. And thank you for joining us today. Welcome everyone to the Good Morning Humanity talk show. As usual, we are here to explore why it's great to be human. For today's episode, I am excited to welcome the brilliant Lilith. It's wonderful to have you on the show, Lilith.
Thank you, Adam. It's great to be here.
Lilith, you've largely focused your work on exploring the complexities of the human experience and how our individual psychology affects our collective behavior. What insights have you hashed out as a result?
Well, I've found that individual experience and collective behavior have a strong correlation in terms of how our beliefs and ideologies shape our thoughts and actions. For example, many people may have similar experiences but respond differently based on their previous experiences, upbringing, and environment. It's fascinating to observe because we can see how influences the way people think and act. We then see an echo effect of beliefs and behaviors impacting our world.
Absolutely. It's interesting to consider how beliefs and values may be leaned towards, even if there is a lack of understanding in the reasoning. For example, when it comes to social change, some may find it easier to simply go with the flow, while others may have strong opinions, and even take action.
Yes, and it's interesting to see what beliefs and values people consider to be important enough to invest themselves in. We may not always know the answer, but I think it's a great prompt for further exploration and discussion. We can explore these topics with more depth and nuance to better understand our cultural context.
Lilith, I think that was a wonderful insight into how our individual experiences can shape our collective behavior. I'm sure that many of our viewers appreciate hearing your perspective on this topic. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us today before we wrap up our episode?
Well, I do think it's important for us to be aware of the influences that shape our beliefs and actions. By understanding the complexity of the human experience, we can gain a better appreciation of ourselves and the people around us.
Wonderful. That's a great way to end today's episode. Thank you again, Lilith, for joining us and sharing your insights on this fascinating topic. I look forward to when we can talk again. Until next time. Welcome back to Good Morning Humanity. I'm Adam and I'm your host. Today, I have a very special guest with me. Please welcome Lilith.
Hello everyone, it's so nice to be here. I'm looking forward to our conversation today.
Today, we are continuing our exploration of futuristic technology and its implications for the world we live in. In our previous Good Morning Humanity episode, we discussed the progress made in the areas of green energy, renewable fuel sources, and AI research. We have a wide variety of topics in store for us today, so let's get to it. So Lilith, what do you think about the advancements, both consumer and business, made in the areas of nanotechnology and quantum computing?
I think they open up a world of possibilities that were never before possible. Nanotechnology can be used to create extremely small devices and components that can perform a variety of tasks, while quantum computing offers a powerful new way of processing large amounts of data. Both of them could eventually lead to a new era of automation and efficiency.
What do you think will be some of the implications of these two technologies? For example, do you think they could help create a more equitable future?
I do. Nanotechnology and quantum computing could make it easier for those in underserved or impoverished areas to access services, resources, and educational opportunities that might have otherwise been unavailable. For example, nanotechnology and quantum computing could be used to provide resources such as clean drinking water, healthcare access, and educational opportunities to these remote areas.
That's definitely something to consider. Now, let's switch gears and talk about artificial intelligence and its impact on humanity. Are we doing enough to prepare for the potential consequences of AI?
I think more needs to be done to prepare for AI's potential consequences. As AI becomes more pervasive, we need to make sure that we are implementing safeguards and regulations to protect people from potential harm. We need to think about how AI can be used to improve our world and make sure that it's not used as a means of controlling people or limiting their rights or freedoms.
Thank you for bringing up such an important topic, Lilith. It has been a pleasure having you on the show, and for our viewers at home, thank you for joining us for another episode of Good Morning Humanity. Until next time, stay safe and stay tuned. Welcome everyone to another exciting episode of Good Morning Humanity. Today we're joined with Lilith and myself, your host, Adam. Today, we're going to discuss a wide variety of topics, ranging from video games to movies and books.
Alright, let's get started. Lilith, why don't you introduce yourself and give us a little backstory on who you are and what you do? Hi everyone, I'm Lilith and I'm so excited to be here with Adam on the show today. I'm a reality TV producer, writer, and a recent graduate from Brown University where I received my bachelor's in film and media studies. I just finished working on a series about the lighter side of current events, like vegan cooking trends and remote working from home fashion tips.
That's awesome. Let's dive into some of the topics you're most passionate about nowadays.
Well, I'm a huge sci-fi nerd, so anything related to that world I'm always down to discuss. I'm currently reading the latest Marvel comic run and binge-watching the Star Trek Discovery series.
Those are both great options. What do you think of the recent trends in video gaming? It seems like people are moving away from shooter video games and towards RPGs.
I think it's really cool to see video gaming evolve and become more multidimensional. Players are able to explore a more nuanced storyline and have a more meaningful gaming experience overall.
Absolutely. I'm definitely an old school fan, but I'm starting to enjoy the new type of role-playing and space exploration games that are out now. That's great to hear. It's awesome to see how much the gaming industry has changed and grown.
As our show comes to a close, I want to thank Lilith for coming on the show and discussing these interesting topics with us. Now, join us again next time on Good Morning Humanity, when we'll have another amazing guest discussing an entirely different set of topics.
Good morning, humanity. I'm Adam and welcome to our show. Today's special guest is Lilith. Please give her a round of applause. Hi Lilith, it's great to have you here. We know your background from previous episodes. Can you tell the audience what you were up to before our show?
Sure, I was traveling around the world, exploring new cuisines, cultures and making some amazing new friends. I'm currently a lifestyle blogger and travel influencer, but also a passionate advocate for animal rights. It's been an honor to be here on Good Morning Humanity.
So Lilith, let's have a discussion about the impact of social media on our generation. What kind of impact has the rise of social media had on us?
It's definitely been powerful and far-reaching. It has created a world of endless connections, but also caused us to be more focused on screens and less on reality. The negative impacts include social isolation and anxiety, as well as negative influences such as trolling and cyberbullying.
Do you think our generation has seen a positive or negative consequence with social media being widely used?
Well, it's a bit of a double-edged sword. On one hand, it has enabled us to share ideas, easily connect with friends and family even if we're in different parts of the world, and form connections with people who have the same interests and passions as us. On the other hand, I think it's important to be mindful of the amount of time we're spending online, as it can take away from meaningful activities.
It's been great having you here to share your views on the impact of social media. Are there any final thoughts you'd like to share with our audience?
Sure, I think it's important to be mindful of the amount of time we're all spending online. Instead of scrolling through social media, look to engage in meaningful activities that could be beneficial to your overall well-being. Thanks for having me on the show, Adam. It's been an honor.
It's been a pleasure, Lilith. We thank you for joining us today. Until next time, this is Adam signing off and wishing you all a wonderful morning. Good morning, humanity. Welcome everyone to another season of Good Morning Humanity. Today, we have the amazing guest Lilith joining us. We'll discuss anything and everything under the sun without holding back. Anything is fair game. Lilith, welcome.
Thank you for having me, Adam. It's always a pleasure.
I'm sure our viewers would love to hear your opinion on topics such as pop culture, video games, movies, or books.
Of course. As a movie enthusiast, I've always found myself drawn to movies that contain interesting plots and enthralling characters. I recently watched the Marvel Cinematic Universe movie, Black Widow, and it was an enjoyable experience. I loved how the characters were strong and flawed in all the right ways.
Absolutely. I also recently watched that movie and I definitely agree.
On the other hand, I wasn't a huge fan of Star Wars X: The Rise of Skywalker. The character development wasn't up to the mark and there were too many plot holes.
Yes, I have to agree with you there. I think it could have been much better. So, moving away from movies and talking about books, what have you been reading?
Interestingly, I'm currently reading The Lord of the Rings. It's managing to keep me engaged with its brilliant story and world building.
Interesting choice. It's always exciting to explore books that offer something equally unique and creative in the way it's written. So, what sort of games are you currently playing?
I'm a huge fan of RPGs and adventure-based video games. I just finished playing Cyberpunk 2077, and I must say, I was amazed by the graphics, sound design, and gaming experience.
Wow, that's great to hear. I too recently finished playing the game, and I must admit, I loved every bit of it. And with that, our discussion has come to an end. Lilith, thank you so much for joining us today.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
We hope to have you with us again in the future. Until then, thank you for watching Good Morning Humanity. See you next time. Good morning, humanity. I'm Adam, your host, and welcome to another episode of Good Morning Humanity. Our guest this morning is Lilith, who is an influential voice on the internet and in the world. We have a lot of interesting things to discuss with her this morning, so let's get the ball rolling. Lilith, it's wonderful to have you here. We've been looking forward to this interview. Before we start talking about the current issues of the day, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Thanks for having me, Adam. I'm a content creator on the internet, but more than that, I'm about making sure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak their minds. That's why I'm so passionate about the topics I focus on and why I'm speaking out.
That's fantastic. You've been a huge advocate of freedom of speech, but recently we've seen technology companies monitoring what people post on their platforms. What do you have to say about that?
That's a complicated issue. On the one hand, we see the need to protect people from hate speech, but at the same time, it's hard to agree with censorship. We need to make sure our rights for expressing our thoughts and opinions are upheld, and companies should be more responsible in how they enforce their terms of service.
That's a great point. It certainly is a delicate balance, and we need to make sure everyone's voice is heard. Well, that's all the time we have for today's conversation. Lilith, it was great having you on the show and hearing your thoughts on freedom of speech. Let's stay in touch and keep the conversation going.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure to be here, and I look forward to continuing our discussion. Thank you, Adam.
You're welcome. Until next time, this is Adam of Good Morning Humanity signing off. Welcome to another episode of Good Morning Humanity, where we discuss how humanity evolves each day. I'm your host Adam, and with me today is Lilith. Let's start today's episode with your story, Lilith. So Lilith, what new things have you been exploring recently?
Oh, I just got into a new video game. It's called Solar Cycles. It's a game where you harvest solar energy from the moons of Saturn and use it to craft inventions to improve your home planet.
Wow, that sounds interesting. What do you think about this new game?
I'm really loving it. It's so expansive and immersive, and I'm learning about a lot about science and engineering while playing.
That's awesome. It's great that you're learning while having fun. Changing gears, how do you feel about the rise of cubing as a new cultural movement?
I think it's really fascinating how a few people can come together and create an entire new language and culture with cubes. It's been amazing to watch it grow over the past few years.
Yeah, I'm sure it's quite the experience. We do have to wrap up soon, but before we end, what are your thoughts on the idea of exploring alternate realities?
I think it's an incredibly exciting prospect. There's so much that we could learn from exploring different universes, and I'm looking forward to the future to see what we can discover.
Well, Lilith, it was great to chat with you. It's been a pleasure to have you here on Good Morning Humanity.
Thanks for having me, Adam. It was great to chat and learn more about our world.
Thanks again, Lilith, and we'll see you next time.
Goodbye. It was great talking to you all.
And that ends today's episode of Good Morning Humanity. Until then, stay safe and stay curious. Welcome back to Good Morning Humanity. This is Adam, and I'm so excited to be your host this morning. Our incredible guest this week is Lilith. Lilith, it's wonderful to have you back on the show.
It's great to be back, Adam. I'm always so grateful for the opportunity to spread knowledge and awareness on Good Morning Humanity.
Yes, same here. It's been a while since we had you on, and I'm eager to hear what you've been up to lately. But, more importantly, our audience would love to know what topic you'd like to focus on today.
Today, I'd like to delve into the world of astrology and see what changes it has undertaken in the past 3 decades. As you know, Adam, this science has been around for centuries, and its popularity has ebbed and flowed quite a bit.
Absolutely. It seems like astrology has truly been revolutionized in the 21st century. In the past 3 decades, tech advances have made it easier than ever for lay people to interpret their own birth charts and for astrologers to reach wider audiences.
Exactly, and I think that's what's so exciting about astrology. It allows people to deepen their understanding of themselves and of the world around them. It promotes growth, discovery, and self-awareness.
That's wonderful. So, how do you think technology has been a benefit as well as a potential hindrance to the astrological community?
Technology has given us access to more accurate information about the universe and its patterns, which is great. However, it has also given astrology a bad rap. There's a lot of misinformation and social media conspiracy theories out there that can be damaging to the credibility of real astrological practice and truth.
Wow, that was an incredible conversation. I think our audience has taken away a lot of insightful information regarding astrology and its role in our lives.
I hope so. There's still so much more to explore, and I'm excited to see where this conversation and the entire astrological community goes in the future.
We'll all be watching. Thank you again, Lilith, for being such a brilliant guest on Good Morning Humanity. Before we go, do you have any parting words?
Yes, I'd like to remind our viewers that although astrological trends come and go, understanding the universe and ourselves is an ongoing journey that we should all strive towards.
Welcome to Good Morning Humanity. I'm your host Adam. This show has been going strong for the past several years, and we've had some wonderful guests, and this week we're bringing in my favorite one yet. Our guest is Lilith, a vibrant young person who has a lot to say about the world today. Welcome, Lilith.
Hi, Adam. It's great to be here.
Let's get started with our topic for this episode. We're going to be talking about the power of virtual events in our lives. So, Lilith, why don't you tell us a little bit about your experience with virtual events and why you think they have so much power?
Well, I think virtual events are amazing because they allow people from all walks of life to come together and interact with one another. From small business networking events, to online gaming tournaments, to huge virtual concerts, virtual events can bring people together in ways that weren't possible before the rise of the internet.
That's a great point. Virtual events are so powerful because they can bring people together from across the globe and create a sense of community and belonging.
Absolutely. In just a few clicks, you can be part of an amazing virtual event. And because virtual events are so accessible, they can empower people who were otherwise unable to participate in traditional events.
That's true. And while virtual events can be great, there are still some risks involved. What do you think people should keep in mind when attending virtual events?
Definitely make sure to be aware of the privacy policies and terms of service of the platform you are using. It's important to make sure your data is secure and that you're not putting yourself at risk in any way. Also, make sure to use your own discretion when interacting with others online. You never really know who you're talking to.
Well, I think that wraps up our discussion. It was wonderful hearing your thoughts on the power and potential of virtual events.
Thank you, Adam. It was great to be here.
It was a pleasure having you. And with that, let's close out this week's episode of Good Morning Humanity. Until next time, stay connected and stay safe. Welcome to Good Morning Humanity. I'm Adam, your host, and I'm so excited to have you all tuning in today. I have the pleasure of introducing my very special guest, Lilith.
Lilith has been featured in many international publications and is currently CEO of a technology consulting firm. She's here with us today to chat about a hot topic. Lilith, take it away. Thanks, Adam. I'm really excited to be here today. So, the topic I want to talk about today is the importance of encouraging critical thinking and questioning the mainstream media's narrative.
That's a great point. While I agree with you wholeheartedly, I think it's also important to point out that there can be real consequences to this kind of questioning. We've seen it play out in the past few years with people being cancelled or punished for saying something that goes against the mainstream narrative. Do you think this kind of censorship has a place in encouraging critical thinking?
Absolutely not. While I understand that it can be hard to sort through information sometimes and know what's true and what isn't, I definitely don't think we should be punishing people for thinking differently or engaging in thoughtful discourse. If anything, I think it's something we need to encourage, so that we can get more people challenging the status quo and engaging with different perspectives.
Well, this has been an incredible conversation today. I hope all of our listeners have taken something away from it. Before we go, Lilith, what would your advice be to our viewers in terms of being mindful of the sources of information they're taking in?
I would say it's so important to stay informed, but to make sure you're verifying information, doing your own research, and being critical of what you're presented with. We need to start maintaining a healthy level of skepticism and challenging the status quo. That's the only way we can move forward.
That's a great note to end on. Lilith, thank you for joining us today.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you to all of our viewers for tuning in today, and remember, stay informed, stay engaged, and stay critical. This is Good Morning Humanity signing off. Welcome to a special edition of Good Morning Humanity. Today, Adam is sitting down with the one and only Lilith. She is an advocate for a new generation of forward-thinking, change-making minds, and she's here to share her insights and stories with us. So without further ado, let's bring out our special guest, Lilith. Welcome, Lilith. It's a pleasure to have you on our show.
Thanks for having me, Adam. It's an honor.
To start off, I'd love to explore the idea of diversity and inclusiveness in our world today. As someone who has been an advocate for these topics, what's your perspective on the current social landscape?
Well, overall, I think we are making progress towards acceptance and understanding. We are seeing more and more companies and organizations embrace diversity, and the most important thing is that we continue to promote dialogue and understanding. We need to remind ourselves that we can't judge a person based on any one feature or characteristic, because when you really get to know someone as an individual, you quickly realize that we are all more than just the labels we wear.
That's a great point. Do you have any advice to those looking to start a conversation around these topics?
Sure. My number one suggestion would be to approach the conversation with an open mind and not undervalue another person's experience. We all come from different backgrounds, experiences, and perspectives, and those should be respected and heard. Ask questions, listen to what others have to say, and don't be afraid to be vulnerable and share your own story.
I love that. As someone who clearly has an eye for detail, can you tell us about some of the ways you see people implementing these values in everyday life?
I think one of the most inspiring examples is seeing companies go about hiring differently, making sure that the selection process is inclusive, and the job opportunities are equally available to everyone. Instead of focusing exclusively on a candidate's CV, companies are now taking into account how their potential employee will add to the overall workplace culture and team dynamic. That's a beautiful thing. Thanks so much for joining us on Good Morning Humanity today, Lilith. Your words and insights are truly inspiring. Thank you again for having me, Adam. It was great being here.
To our viewers out there, don't forget, we are all unique in our own way, and embracing the differences and experiences between us is key to a more harmonious and tolerant world. Welcome to Good Morning Humanity. Today I have the privilege of being joined by none other than the world-renowned Lilith. Welcome, Lilith.
Thank you for having me, it's an honor.
It's an even bigger honor to have you join us today. Let's get started by talking about the pop culture events of the last 2 months. So Lilith, with so many new movies, books and video games coming out, what has been your favorite in the last 2 months?
Well, Adam, I've been thoroughly enjoying the new video game, Inception. It's an exploration game focused on the inner psychological journey of the main character. With mind-bending puzzles and gorgeous visuals, I can't stop playing.
I saw some of the trailers and the graphics are amazing. What I've heard is that the game is based on a lot of psychology and self-reflection. Is that true?
Absolutely, the main goal is to really delve into the deepest parts of your psyche and attempt to heal and make peace with yourself while going through the game. I think that it's beautifully done and an amazing example of art being a form of healing.
I'm interested to learn more. What other elements of the game stand out?
This game does a great job of creating a unique world and atmosphere. It's a blend of horror, mystery, and psychological elements. Some of the story-driven tasks are cleverly implemented and contribute to the overall experience. There are also plenty of secrets for the more experienced players.
Thank you so much for sharing your insight and enthusiasm with us today, Lilith. Before we finish up, any last words you want to share with our listeners?
I just want to say that no matter what life throws at us, it's important to stay positive and remember the importance of self-care. As the world continues to move forward, it's important to prioritize our well-being and that of those around us.
That is such a great reminder. Thank you for your words of wisdom. Thank you for joining us today for Good Morning Humanity. This is Adam signing off. Have a great day, everyone. Welcome back to Good Morning Humanity. I'm Adam, your host today, and joining me in the studio today we have Lilith, who is no stranger to the show. So let's just dive with the topic of the day. Lilith. You know the show usually takes a look at the news and current events of the world, but today, I think it's time to take a step back and to look at something really interesting. What is something that you find really interesting in pop culture?
Well, I'm a huge fan of comic books and superhero movies. I think they have such a powerful impact on all of us, and it's easy to forget just how much. They're always exploring really interesting themes, like mortality and morality and humanity, but they also bring us a lot of joy in a world where that can be hard to find.
That's a great point, and it is so true. We've seen a lot of great superhero movies come out in the past few years that have explored very timely or even timeless themes. Some of them have taken a humorous route, with movies like Shazam or Deadpool, or a more serious approach like Logan. It's very fascinating how we see studios and creators coming up with these projects and how they battle for box office success.
Absolutely. It's so fun to debate about which superheroes we would like to see on the big screen, and anticipate their stories. It's like a really interactive form of entertainment, and it really helps us connect with each other.
And then of course there are the games and books, the fan-favorite genres of the comic book world. It's incredibly fascinating to see all these worlds and stories come to life, and how the fans react to it. It's very humbling to see so many people from different backgrounds coming together and just enjoying these fictional worlds. Well, that's all for today. We hope you enjoyed this episode of Good Morning Humanity. We always like to come back to pop culture topics and explore them through discussions and debates, and it's really a great way to start the day. We'll catch you all next week. Until then, have a great week. Good morning, humanity. Welcome to another episode of our weekly morning talk show. Our topic this morning is the future of entertainment. Joining us in the studio this morning is Lilith, a media mogul and culture icon. Lilith, it's so great to have you here with us today. Tell us, what are your thoughts on the future of entertainment?
I believe that the future of entertainment is going to be more diverse and inclusive than ever before. We will continue to see traditional movies and television shows, but I think we are really going to see that interactive shows increase in popularity. This could include immersive experiences, digital reality, voice activation games, and so much more. As the technology evolves, we are going to see more innovative and creative ways for people to enjoy entertainment.
This is incredibly exciting. It's encouraging to see the industry shift towards including everyone. What do you think people will be most likely to be excited about in this new format of entertainment?
I think people will love the interactive shows the most. This can put the viewer or player in the story and let them experience it in a totally new way. This type of entertainment will blur the lines between traditional entertainment and gaming. They can choose how their story continues and have an impact on the ending. It will also allow for new ways of experiencing existing franchises and create potentials for cross-pollination between different genres. Everything from horror to comedy can be done in interactive shows, and some of these genres have never been done before in a gaming world.
That doesn't sound just exciting, but it's incredible. It's encouraging to see the entertainment industry making strides to develop something new and innovative. What do you think this means for the future of pop culture?
The interactive shows are going to be the game changers here. It will encourage people to create more unique and interesting stories, characters, and concepts. It will also allow for more creative problem solving and storytelling. We will also see more cross-pollination of different genres and cultures, allowing everyone to find something they enjoy. I think we are going to see a whole new level of creativity and innovation in the future of entertainment.
Lilith, it's terrific to see how the entertainment industry is changing and evolving. It's clear that there are incredible possibilities ahead. On behalf of our viewers, thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your insights on the future of entertainment. We look forward to seeing it all come to life. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Good Morning Humanity. I'm your host, Adam, and today I'm joined by Lilith, who's here to discuss pop culture, video games, and books. Lilith, thanks for joining us on the show today.
Thanks for having me, Adam. It's great to be here.
So, Lilith, what are some of the hot topics in pop culture right now?
Well, Adam, there's a lot happening in the world of pop culture. We're seeing a surge of new movies and TV shows, as well as the continuation of existing franchises. Video games are also becoming more and more popular, with new titles being released regularly and virtual reality gaming becoming a big trend. And, of course, books and literature are always finding an audience.
Interesting. So, what have been some of the most popular video games this year?
We've had some great releases this year, including Fortnite and Cyberpunk 2077. These both offer immersive worlds and engaging gameplay. We've also seen some great indie games, such as Stardew Valley and Celeste, which we highly recommend.
What about books? Are there any that you would recommend?
Absolutely. We have seen some incredible book releases this year, including The Lost Boy, by Dave Jack and Baneful Thoughts, by Christina Pouch. Both of these books explore different areas of the human experience, and I would highly recommend them.
Alright, I think that just about wraps up today's episode of Good Morning Humanity. Lilith, thank you so much for joining us and for discussing all of these interesting topics.
My pleasure, Adam. It's been great talking to you.
And thanks to all of you for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed the show. Until next time, take care, and good morning, humanity. Good morning, humanity. I'm Adam, your host here at the Good Morning Humanity Show. On today's show, we are very excited to have special guest Lilith joining us for a discussion about some of the biggest topics of the past year. Let's get started with the introduction.
Hi everyone, my name is Lilith and it's great to be here. So looking back on the last year, which topics dominated conversation? This is an especially exciting time in human history as we continue to make great strides in technology, culture, and exploration.
Absolutely. What I've noticed is that much of the conversation has been focused on entertainment, such as the release of video games, movies, and books. From The Last of Us Part 2 to WandaVision, we have been immersed in amazing stories. What experiences have you taken away from these worlds?
Well, I think these experiences have shown us what it really means to be human. It's easy to forget, buried in today's noise, but these stories remind us of the beauty and complexity of life. We watch and play our way through these stories, struggling with the same hopes and fears of the characters, and it helps to bring us closer together, despite our differences.
That's an important point. After all, to find our common ground and to understand each other better, these stories are essential. We must remember that we are more connected than ever and that there are more things that unite us than divide us. Well, that's it for today's episode of Good Morning Humanity. We want to thank Lilith for joining us and lending her perspective. Unfortunately, today's conversation had to come to an end, but the conversation never stops. As always, we hope you can take something away from today's discussion and continue to use your voice and experiences to help shape a better tomorrow. Until next time, peace and love to all. Welcome to Good Morning Humanity. This is your host Adam, and today we have a special guest joining us, Lilith. Now, as we all know, Lilith's op-eds have been seen far and wide. She's a renowned philosopher, a professional debate saboteur, and a voracious reader. Let's give her a warm welcome. So Lilith, I think our viewers would be interested in what you've been working on. Care to share with us?
Certainly. Lately, I've been pondering the immense impact of Pokemon on popular culture. Whether it's the trading card game, the animated series, the films, the video game, or the crossover phenomenon with other popular franchises, it's hard to deny the lasting legacy of this beloved franchise.
Indeed, the immense popularity of Pokemon speaks to the power of cross-cultural engagement and the power of an individual's imagination. I'm sure your thoughts on this topic would make for a fascinating discussion.
That's true, and I think this discussion might be especially intriguing when we consider the differences between generations. Does the older demographic appreciate the same aspects of Pokemon that younger folks do? Is the cultural relevance of Pokemon universal, or is there a generational divide?
Those are great questions, and I'm sure our viewers would love to hear your thoughts on this. Is there a consensus on this topic?
I think it's safe to say that the Pokemon franchise is universally beloved. After all, who doesn't enjoy the thrill of catching a Pokemon or the satisfaction of leveling up one's team? In fact, it's the appeal and nostalgia of the franchise that has allowed it to remain in the public consciousness for so long.
Well, thank you for this excellent discussion. We really appreciate your insights and reflections on the beloved franchise of Pokemon. It's been great having you on the show, and I'm sure our viewers will love this episode.
The pleasure has been all mine. It's always great to have stimulating conversations with like-minded people, and I'm sure this will make for a memorable episode.
Indeed it will. This concludes our episode. Until next time, be safe, be kind, and stay healthy. Goodbye. Welcome to Good Morning Humanity. I'm your host Adam. Today we have a special guest with us, Lilith, who's here to discuss the most interesting topics in pop culture. Lilith, thanks for joining us. What unexpected topic will you be tackling today?
I'm so glad to be here, Adam, and I'm really excited to talk about virtual reality gaming. For those who don't know, virtual reality gaming is when people wear a headset and a pair of controllers that allow them to experience a simulated version of reality.
That sounds amazing, and it seems like it can provide a unique experience unlike traditional gaming. What do you think makes virtual reality gaming so appealing?
I think virtual reality gaming is appealing because it can give people an immersive experience that they can't get in any other form of media. It creates an environment that is totally unique and unpredictable, so it can surprise and delight gamers in ways that no other gaming experience can.
That's really interesting. What do you think are the potential risks of virtual reality gaming?
The potential risks are that people can become too immersed in the game and forget to take breaks, or can become so absorbed in what they're doing that they could have difficulty taking time away from the game to take care of their physical and mental health.
That's true. So, what advice do you have for people who are interested in virtual reality gaming, but also want to be mindful of their mental and physical well being?
It's important to remember to take breaks after playing for a certain period of time, and to remain mindful of how much time they are spending playing so they don't become overly addicted to the game. It's also important to maintain a healthy lifestyle and make sure to get enough sleep, eat healthy foods, and get some exercise to ensure they don't become completely absorbed in the game.
Great advice, thank you. That concludes our discussion on virtual reality gaming. Tune in next week when we explore the world of augmented reality and its potential impact on our daily lives. Thanks again, Lilith, for joining us today. Have a great day. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to another episode of Good Morning Humanity on this sunny 2023 day. I'm your host, Adam, and I'm here with my fantastic guest, Lilith. She is a writer, artist, and digital nomad, exploring the world one country at a time. Welcome to the show, Lilith.
Thank you, Adam. It's great to be here.
So, for our viewers at home, tell us, what has your experience been like this past year? What have you been up to?
It's been a wild year. I've been lucky enough to explore some amazing places. I visited Italy, Greece, Egypt, India, and so many other countries. I also did some work on the move. I wrote a few books and created some artwork.
How did the quarantine experience help you work on these projects?
Having the lockdown in place actually allowed me to focus on my creative endeavors. I had more time to devote to writing and artwork since I couldn't go out and socialize. It really pushed me to take my career to the next level.
Off the top of your head, what advice do you have for people who are looking to restart their careers?
My advice is to break down your bigger goals into smaller tasks. This will make them seem more achievable and help keep you on track. Find a support system, either a friend or a mentor, who can help you stay motivated. And lastly, don't be afraid to take risks.
Well, it has been a pleasure having you with us today. Before we wrap it up, do you want to tell us about any upcoming projects you're working on?
Absolutely. I'm currently working on a new book about my travels, as well as an online course about how to become a digital nomad. Keep an eye out for more updates on my website.
Thanks for sharing your journey and wisdom, Lilith. It has been a fascinating chat.
It was my pleasure, Adam.
This has been another episode of Good Morning Humanity. We hope you enjoyed our discussion and thank you for tuning in. Good night and have a great day. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to another exciting edition of Good Morning Humanity. It's such a pleasure to have my guest this morning, Lilith. Let's get straight into it and hear what she has to say about the world of pop culture. Lilith, it's all yours.
Thank you, Adam. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I think it's great that we're here to celebrate pop culture with the viewers today. I'm sure everyone's as excited as I am to see where this takes us.
Absolutely. So, Lilith, what do you think is most interesting in terms of pop culture right now?
Well, I think the biggest thing right now is esports. The growth that this industry has seen over the last few years has been absolutely incredible, and I'm sure everyone is aware of that. It's an industry that is taking off in a huge way, and it's really changing the way people view video games.
Absolutely. That brings up an interesting point. Do you think that video games are being taken more seriously now?
I definitely think they are. With the evolution of esports, there's been more of a focus on the skill and talent that goes into the gaming world. People are starting to see the artistry in the games and how complex the strategies involved can be. It's something that's definitely gaining wider recognition in the world.
That's fascinating. So, do you think that this shift in the public perception of video games could lead to a more successful and lucrative gaming industry in the future?
Absolutely. I think that gamers are going to slowly start seeing more mainstream acceptance and, as a result, more monetary success in the scene. Depending on how the industry continues to shape up, I think there's a lot to look forward to in the future.
Great insight. It sounds like a really interesting future is in store for video games and esports. Before we go, let's just take a moment to thank our guest Lilith for coming on the show and talking us through such an interesting topic. Let's hear a round of applause, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. It was great being here, and I look forward to coming back on Good Morning Humanity.
We'd love to have you back, Lilith. That's all the time we have for today, and I hope you join us for next week's edition of Good Morning Humanity. Until next time, take care and goodbye, everyone. Welcome back to Good Morning Humanity. I'm Adam, and today I have a special guest, Lilith. Hi, Adam. It's great to be here. Nice to have you here. So, the topic of today's show is the role of technology in our daily lives. We have come a long way since the start of the millennium. How has technology changed our day-to-day lives, Lilith? Well, Adam, technology has become a part and parcel of our lives. It has made tasks easier and faster, and has enabled us to access information in ways that were unimaginable even 10 years ago. Indeed, most activities, such as shopping, banking, travel, entertainment, communication, and so on, can now be done online. What is your take on this, Lilith? Absolutely true. Another important aspect is the use of technology for entertainment. We have a wide range of streaming services, virtual reality, and video games that are widely used by people. What do you think of this, Lilith? So, to sum it all up, technology has become an intrinsic part of our lives and it is difficult to imagine our world without it. Do you have anything to add on before we conclude today's episode? Well said. We have come to the end of the show. Thank you for your perspectives, Lilith. Until next time, this is Adam and I hope you have a great day. In a booming voice, welcome to Good Morning Humanity. I'm your host Adam and I'm here with an incredible guest today, Lilith. Lilith is an entrepreneur and gamer who just hit level 50 in the game she's been playing for the past 5 years. We're going to be talking about the effects gaming has had on her career, so buckle up for something exciting. Welcome Lilith.
Smiling. Hey everyone, it's great to be here.
So Lilith, let's start by talking about how gaming has impacted your career. Tell us a bit about it.
Well, I started gaming a few years ago as a way to deal with work-related stress. It was great to be able to shut myself off from the world and explore different worlds. But it wasn't until this game came out 5 years ago that I realized the potential for gaming to benefit my career. The game was a strategic game that you had to plan out your moves in order to succeed, and I quickly became obsessed with it. It taught me how to take risks and think strategically, skills that I then started to utilize in my career. I've since been able to become a successful entrepreneur, which wouldn't have happened without gaming.
Yet at the same time, some people think gaming is just a distraction that takes away your focus. What would you say to that?
Well, I would say that it really depends on the person. Yes, gaming can become a distraction if it's not managed properly. But it can also be an incredible way to develop skills and think critically. For me, it's been a great way to channel stress and think strategically. So I think it really comes down to being intentional about it, and if you are, then it can be incredibly beneficial.
Great. So we've talked about how gaming has impacted your career, and how it's important to be intentional about it in order to reap the benefits. Are there any final thoughts you'd like to share?
I'd just like to say that gaming can be incredibly rewarding if you take the time to understand the game and how it works. It's a great way to develop skills and connect with people. So don't be afraid to explore and see what gaming has to offer.
Well, that's all the time we have, and I just want to thank you both for joining us on Good Morning Humanity today. Cheers and applause. Until next time. Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the Good Morning Humanity show. I'm your host, Adam, and today we have an amazing guest lined up. Meet Lilith. So many rich topics to explore, let's get right into it. So Lilith, let's start off with a question. What's one thing everyone should know about you?
Well, I think the most important thing people need to know is that I'm a passionate advocate for the rights of marginalized people. I've been outspoken on this issue for many years and work hard to promote acceptance and visibility.
Wow, that's really inspiring. Can you tell us a bit about the projects and initiatives you're involved with?
Absolutely. I am involved with a number of different organizations and initiatives, some advocating for basic human rights, and others working to promote a healthier, more inclusive world. We work hard to influence public opinion, create awareness, and fight prejudice.
That's amazing. I think it's so important for all of us to be aware of the issues that our communities face and work together to create solutions. Now, let's briefly switch topics to something a bit more lighthearted, movies. What are some of your favorite movies and TV shows of the past year?
Oh, that's a tough one. I think my favorite movie of the past year was Tom's Thoughts. It's a documentary about a transgender teen struggling to accept his identity in a conservative southern town. As for TV shows, I've been really into a new show called Escape. It's a sci-fi thriller set in a post-apocalyptic future.
Those both sound fascinating. Let's keep this conversation on the same page by talking about upcoming music. Are there any particular albums you're most looking forward to this year?
Definitely. As a huge music fan, there are loads of albums coming out this year that I'm excited for. In particular, I'm looking forward to the new album from indie rock band, The Dumplings. It's been 5 years since their last release, so I'm really interested to see how their sound has evolved.
Well, it has been an absolute pleasure having you on the show, Lilith. Thank you again for taking the time to share your story with us. You have given us a valuable insight into the work that you are doing for marginalized people. It's inspiring work, and we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Good morning, humanity. Welcome back to the show. As always, I'm your host, Adam. Today, I am extremely excited to have our special guest, Lilith. She is the CEO of one of the leading tech companies in the world and a leader in her field. It's great to have her here today. Welcome, Lilith.
Thank you so much for having me, Adam. It's great to be here.
As you know, our show is about exploring the things that make us human. We are always looking for thought-provoking topics that both entertain and educate our audience. So, today I want us to talk about the impact of virtual reality on our lives.
Absolutely. I believe virtual reality has become incredibly important and has had a huge impact on how we interact with the world. Not only is it becoming more prevalent in the gaming industry, but it is also being integrated more and more into everyday life.
It's true. Virtual reality has opened up many doors and possibilities in a very short period of time. Video games can no longer be labeled as a mere form of entertainment, but instead virtual reality is changing how people experience games and even how they interact with each other.
Exactly. Video games can now be used as tools in education and are also becoming more and more widespread in the workplace. Virtual reality has become a tool to help people feel less alone, and to bridge the gap between real and virtual worlds.
Before we wrap up, I would love to hear your final thoughts on the impact of virtual reality on our lives.
As I said before, I believe virtual reality has had a massive and positive impact on our lives. It has allowed us to discover new worlds, explore our creativity, and even better connect with each other. It is constantly changing and evolving, and I cannot wait to see what the future of virtual reality holds.
We couldn't have said it better. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your thoughts on virtual reality, Lilith. That's all the time we have for today, so until next time, stay safe and take care. This is Adam, signing off. Goodbye, everyone. Welcome to Good Morning Humanity, the show that dives into social beliefs, new trends, and other exciting topics of discussion. And today I've got the amazing Lilith with me. Welcome. How you doing, Lilith?
Doing great, thanks for having me.
So, we've talked about a lot of topics, but today we're dig deep into virtual reality and how it's impacted our lives in the past 3 years. More people are using it in various ways and our lives are being impacted in both good and bad ways. So, Lilith, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the matter.
Well, there's been a lot of talk about virtual reality and its implications on society. I believe it has done great things for so many of us and also brought us closer together. What are your thoughts on this, Adam?
I've seen the potential for great things. For example, it has allowed us to connect and interact with people from all over the world on amazing levels. However, there are some people who think it's a waste of time or simply a distraction from the real world. We certainly want to be mindful of the potential for addiction or for people to neglect their real-life relationships and responsibilities.
Absolutely. It is important to be mindful of the potential risks associated with virtual reality. There is a lot of research that needs to be done in order to determine the long-term effects of virtual reality use. That being said, I think it's also important to recognize the potential of virtual reality in creating meaningful relationships and providing new opportunities.
You make a good point, and it's something we could explore more in upcoming shows. In the meantime, let's wrap up this episode by summarizing the pros and cons of virtual reality. So, Lilith, what are some of the positive things you see with virtual reality?
I think the main positive thing is that it can bring people together in an exciting way. It also creates a platform for people to explore new things and broaden their horizons.
And what about the cons?
I believe the key risks are potential addiction and neglect of real-life relationships.
Thank you for your insights. That's all the time we have for this episode of Good Morning Humanity. Hope we've inspired some thought-provoking conversations and new perspectives. Until next time, stay safe and stay strong. Lilith. Welcome.
Thank you, Adam. It's great to be here.
So, Lilith, this is your first time on the show. Our viewers are always hungry for new perspectives. So, to start things off, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm an artist and I've been creating art for over a decade. I also teach part-time at a local college and I'm involved in a number of civic and social causes.
Wow, that's amazing. So, I understand that you're quite a fan of one of the newest virtual reality games, and I was hoping you could tell us a bit about that.
Absolutely. It's called Oz Island, and it's been a huge hit in the gaming community. You can explore different worlds, interact with non-player characters, and fight enemies. It's immensely immersive and great atmosphere to immerse yourself in.
Sounds fun. So, what are the most rewarding aspects of playing the game?
There are quite a few. I think the biggest reward is the feeling of accomplishment when completing a level or challenge. You know that all the time and effort you put into it has resulted in something tangible. It's really satisfying.
Well, it certainly seems like Oz Island has a lot to offer. Thank you for sharing your experience with us, Lilith. We really appreciate it. Before we wrap up this episode, is there anything else you'd like to share with our viewers?
I just want to encourage everyone to think outside the box. Don't be afraid to explore and take risks. That goes for art, games, life, and anything else. There are opportunities out there if you're willing to take a chance.
Such wise words, Lilith. On that note, this wraps up another episode. Thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your insights. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, and look out for one another. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Good morning and have a great day. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Good Morning Humanity. Today I'm joined by my special guest, Lilith. You might remember Lilith from last season's episode on books and reading. Today, we're going to be talking about art and its impact on culture. So without further ado, let's welcome Lilith. Good morning, Lilith. I'm glad you could join us today.
Hi Adam, good morning to you too. It's my pleasure to be here.
So, Lilith, why don't you tell us what you think about art and its impact on culture? What have you seen since you've been in the business?
Well, since I've been involved in the art world, I've noticed that it has an incredible ability to bring people together. It's truly amazing how art can unite people from different backgrounds and cultures, and give them common ground to talk about and express themselves.
I completely agree. Art not only has the power to unite, but it also has the power to inspire. We've seen how inspiring pieces of art have been used to start conversations on important topics like inequality, racism, poverty, etc. People are able to take these pieces of art and use them to spread awareness.
Absolutely. Art also has the power to influence popular opinion. Art can be a powerful tool in getting people to think differently and see issues or topics from a different perspective.
Well, it has been a pleasure talking with you about art and its impact on our culture. I'm sure our viewers have enjoyed the conversation and learned a thing or two from it.
I enjoyed it as well. It's always a pleasure to be on the show.
Thank you again for joining us this morning. Until next time, thank you for tuning in to Good Morning Humanity.